Maybe somewhere down the road, let's get our souls will find themselves on the horizon. Baby, when I'm gray and old, let's get. I'm gonna tell myself that I should've tried harder.
KUAM-FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Everyone's feeling pretty. It's hotter than July. They can through the problems. They get in touch as if and they tried. From the park, I hear rhythm. All is hot on the box. Tonight there will be a party. And on the corner at the end of the block. Didn't know you. We'll be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you we'll be jumping until the break of dawn. We'll be jumping and jumping. Come on. They want us to join the fighting, but our answer today is to let all our worries, like the breeze through our fingers slip away. Pieces come to Zimbabwe, then we'll ride off the one. Now's the time for celebration, 'cause we've only just begun. Didn't know you, we'll be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. You'll be jumping and jumping and jumping and jump on. Only on you, we'll be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. You'll be jumping and jumping and jumping and jump on.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Yeah, buddy. Going out to all my people on Guam.
Alright, boys.
Mixed boys.
Reading the newspaper in the morning, seeing all the troubles on Guam, and I know that it's my people.
Ooh, hurts us so much to see another being put down to the ground. So let us all bring peace together.
Let's all change our situation. Spread the positivity around. That we'll find a solution.
Solution to our lives. Rise up above. Rise, rise up for love. Rise, rise up above. We will rise, rise up for love. Hurt us so much to see another
Being put down to the ground.
So let us all bring peace together.
It doesn't matter where we all come from, as long as we all got each other now. 'Cause we are God's creation. Let's all change our situation. Spread the positivity around. That we'll find a solution.
Solution to our lives.
Rise up above.
Rise, rise up for love. Rise, rise up above. We will rise, rise up for love.
So take us high up above. Let us save our brothers and sisters. And let us come together. Let us change the way we all are.
So rise, rise up above. Rise, rise up for love.
Let's rise.
Rise up above. We will rise, rise up for love.
Rosinha uli die sombranza maakt. Et zo te saluda antes de niga. Radzauds en malak estrezas durante in todo e memu. A no guides Rosinha uli die sombranza maakt. Et zo te saluda antes de niga. Radzauds en malak estrezas durante in todo e memu. A nogi distancia como kupugi palu. Zangiman malak guafi con una sugi airi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues a Fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas en Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zangin in ilan in a bendition. Contra biligu nafan sofuam Jus bruteis langmon Contra biligu nafan sofuam Jus bruteis langmon.
hina soku Kini ni mas takaru Corazón Tan imas figu Nani nasinyahu Ufresin maisadu Parabaputehi Tan defendi I hinengi I cultura I lenguaje Airi I hano Zanitano tamoru yes 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 Zanitano tamoru yes 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 Ire shoku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 It's the who what been my Ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Ngohan yes 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 Ibandera Ngohan yeah Mastakilu Hina soku Kini ni mastakalu Corazon Ten imas figu Nani nasinyahu Ufresin maisadu Parabaputehi Ten defendi I hinengi I cultura I lenguaje Tanitano tamoru yes 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 Tanitano tamoru yes 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 Ni ire shaku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 It's the who what been my Ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Ibandera Ngohan yes 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 Ibandera Ngohan yeah
Monday.
Wow.
What's up, Jay? Good morning.
Nicely done.
Thank you. It was pent up over the weekend. Hi, Bree.
Morning.
Good morning. Wow.
And why exactly was it pent up over the weekend?
Well, there's a lot going on. There's definitely a lot. Hey, it's Monday, guys. August 9th, 2021. Welcome to The Link.
Good morning.
We're brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box, and Pacific Points. Morning. My name's Chris. It's the team over here. Sabrina Salas-Metanani, Jason Salas. Joe, sir, on the ones and twos behind the camera. We're going on KUM TV at 8 o'clock. Here's who's coming up on the show. Daphne Shimizu, Reventax Director. We'll catch up with our buddy Farron Tyron, the Guam guy. He's got some great content on his IG. Mayor Jesse Alec, the Mayor's Council of Guam President. Brandon Eilert with our work week weather on a Monday. You know how we do. Teresa Ariola Jibwick, we'll get an update on the rehab and all that stuff. And then Robert Cause of the Guam Federation of Teachers. He might be joined by President Tim Fedenko. Wanted to get them on about the vaccine mandate, and that's probably going to be a majority of our conversation this morning, because I'm pretty sure when we get these directors in, we're going to say, hey, how are you going to execute this mandate that came out? Bree, is very interesting because there was a media opportunity Friday with this British carrier that came in. The governor and everyone was there, but they didn't make a peep.
Her Majesty's ship, the Queen Elizabeth, right?
That's right.
Oh.
I bet Ed Burns really pumped about this. But they didn't make a peep about this vaccine mandate. All the media was there, and Adeloop knew they were going to put this thing out already, so they just basically kept it from the people until an hour before the newscast.
No, not even an hour before the newscast. Okay. It might have been 10 minutes before the newscast.
Yeah. Right,
we got the executive order. It was no press release, no anything. It was like, here you go.
Yeah, utter failure. Really just a huge failure. I'm going to continue on this messaging and communications failure with Adeloop. It's a disaster. Totally a disaster of their own making. Something that huge that's going to affect that many people deserves more than skeeting it out on an email or a WhatsApp message 10 minutes before news time on a Friday, especially when you knew darn well you were going to do the thing and you had all the media there. It's disingenuous. It is. It's sneaky.
There was a media event at 11:30. Nestor was there, and then I think it was 2:30, 3:30 in the afternoon. There was another media event, which you guys mentioned, the Queen Elizabeth. And I know that when Nestor and I were talking, when we were sitting, we saw the media release, the executive order come out through WhatsApp right before the newscast. Nestor was just like, I saw the governor, how many times today?
Yeah.
And not once was anything said.
Of course not, because they don't want to be asked questions about this. They don't, which is a damn shame that they'd make a huge pronouncement like this that's going to affect executive branch employees, mandating that they take the vaccine, but they do it in such a shady way. There are obviously a lot of questions about this vaccine mandate that they didn't even think to answer.
They don't have to answer, apparently.
And then the very next day, I should say the very next night, there was a video that came out at a very uncommon time for press releases.
So Saturday night, the governor put out a video on her Instagram, for crying out loud. Instagram. She put out a video on Instagram around like 9 o'clock on Saturday, and it was basically like, guys, come on, we got to take this seriously. But I just got to say, can we pop those pictures up that I sent you? To make this point here, that I just have a hard time making sense of our governor chastising us to do what we got to do when she just came from the land of the Delta variant and was gallivanting all around with no mask with people of different households. Yet you're going to come back and chew us out? I'm just saying, if you're a nurse and you don't want to wear a mask around people, then don't make us do it. Or if you're a nurse and you're going to hold up that you're a nurse and that means that the things you say about this pandemic are somehow supposed to be taken more seriously, then walk the walk. Because that's why people don't think there's any credibility with the government, because of this two-sided, one way for you guys, another way for us. And again, I got to say, Adeloop has fatally misjudged public sentiment out here. And I'm even saying that as someone who's fully vaccinated. I mean, I believe in this stuff. I went out and got the shots. I mean, we were saying stay home, wash your hands, so it's not like we're just haters. Definitely not. We're just reasonable, I think.
Okay, I have a question.
Hi, Jay. Good morning, Jay.
And I have a question. This isn't some weird tangent thing. This is actually pertinent to what we're talking about.
Oh, it's a real one. Okay.
Like I'm not the GovGuam expert here. That's the two of you, so I defer to your knowledge, right? But so basically, the governor said the executive branch is mandated to get the vaccine. And I got two questions about that. She said it's mandated, or you have to submit to a weekly COVID test, right?
Yeah.
To me, that's not a mandate. That's a choice.
Yeah.
So if you just don't want to if you don't want to get vaccinated, you just have to get a test. That's not a mandate. It's one or the other. But
well, what did it say exactly, Bree?
It said, let me find it.
And
Let me just pretend it was like at 5:42 when I got it.
And okay, so while Bree looks it up, then Chris, my next question is.
Here it is.
Okay, sorry.
Mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations for executive branch workers effective Monday, August 9th. All workers of the executive branch agencies of the government of Guam shall be required to receive one of the 3 authorized COVID-19 vaccines. Workers shall be fully vaccinated with either a single shot of Johnson & Johnson or the 2-shot Pfizer or Moderna series no later than September 24th. In the event a worker declines to receive a COVID-19 vaccination or provide proof of such vaccination, they will be required to test for COVID-19 with the PCR or antigen test once weekly. Non-exempt workers are required to vaccinate or submit to weekly testing as provided herein, or they shall be subject to disciplinary procedures, which may include disciplinary action.
Okay, and which agencies are covered under the
executive branch? All the agencies that the governor has purview over, all of them, except for the judicial branch has their own and
the legislative.
Right.
Okay, so the governor actually.
So we're talking about all the Guam agencies.
So obviously she sets the tone for the executive branch agencies, right?
Yeah,
that's her
yeah,
call.
right.
Who makes what person or persons, I should say, makes the call for the judicial branch and then for the legislature? For the legislature, would it be the speaker?
Well, what she's hoping when she put out her EO, and I believe that there was something in the video. They're hoping other agencies will follow suit, or the private sector.
She challenged the legislative and executive branch. We're going to play it. The legislative and executive branch and the private sector to follow her lead.
Right.
And because this is the public sector we're talking about, that's where it gets kind of weird, because it's like, okay, well, I either have religious concerns or political concerns, or for whatever reason I will not or cannot get it. You can't get terminated, because now we're seeing in private industry.
She cited in her executive order different lawsuit cases.
Yeah.
To back up,
there's like mandate. A page of different. They cited different court cases.
Because we're seeing in private industry now.
But when you get it right before the newscast, you kind of like get to the meat of it, so that you can immediately let the public know what's up.
We shared a NBC article on Facebook this weekend about United, who basically said all of our 75,000 employees and everything have to get vaccinated or face termination. That to me is a mandate.
That is a mandate. Yeah.
But of course, that's the private sector. Public sector is a little bit different.
Dr. Hoa, he said that AMC has a mandatory vaccination policy. GRMC already has one in place.
GMH, no.
No, we talked to May, but May was mentioning that a majority of, majority of them are vaccinated.
87%, I think, if I recall.
Well, it doesn't matter, because now they're under the mandate.
Yeah. Even GDOE, a majority of them are vaccinated.
See, when you drop a big announcement, and the guys, I've never worked for a governor before, but I would just say maybe common sense, when you come out with a big announcement like this, you want to come out with the numbers of, okay, well, here's how many people aren't vaccinated in the executive branch. This is what we're up against. This is going to be the process. I mean, what are we going to do when people go into GovGuam this morning? Is it going to be like, everybody, let's be in the conference room. Okay, who's not vaccinated here?
So this basically covers, because you said...
what's the process?
Every agency, right? Under the
is it honor system?
So that means every cashier, right? Like at GWA, Rev Tax, whatever like that, every teacher, I guess when we get the
We're
GOT
getting Daphne on, we'll ask her how you're going to implement this. Yeah.
Every installer for GWA or, technician.
I mean, clearly this should have been something that was announced in a press conference type of setting, where the media could say, okay, well, what about this, and this, and this, instead of us looking like idiots talking to ourselves in here. Well, you guys look fine, though. Actually.
But the healthcare concern at this point, right, is that because the Delta variant may or may not be here until we get the evidence to prove that it is or is not.
It is here. We had it in the JIC report couple months ago.
The Delta.
Yeah, the Delta.
Okay.
It's definitely in the states where the governor was.
Yeah.
Totally.
So basically, the unvaccinated members of our community are now victimizing not only themselves, but also the vaccinated people.
But Jay, I don't know if you can fairly say that, because even people who are vaccinated are getting the virus and transmitting it. And that's where I think a lot of people have trouble with, I guess, believing in this vaccine. I mean, there's a lot of different sides to the people who don't want to get the vaccine, Jay, which I feel like they're legitimate, because I don't want to ever impose my will on someone else. But also, I do understand that it's a community public health situation. But people don't want to take the vaccine because it's experimental. It's got a emergency use authorization. I'm just saying, I'm not saying I believe in any of this stuff, but I'm just saying there's that reason. They want to wait and see, or they don't, necessarily trust that the process, or they maybe hear things which even reasonable people can hear. These doctors come on and hear them talk about, oh, even if you're vaccinated, you still got to wear your mask indoors. You still got to do everything that you do when you're not vaccinated. For a lot of people, and again, I don't necessarily agree with them, because you guys know I was like, stay home, wash your hands, get the shot. But for a lot of people, they just don't see the benefit of getting it when you can still catch the virus. Anyway, well, let's get into the news, because it's going to be very hectic this morning, to say the least. 6:32, brought to you by Pacific Points. You ready?
I'm just pulling it up now.
Okay. Your thoughts, guys. We'd love to hear your thoughts. The comments, governor getting roasted alive. And most of it seems to be these like dictatorish comments, which, a couple months ago, I kind of cringed at people using that term. But with everything that's happened with the American Rescue Plan, with the freezing out of the legislature, with this latest mandate, I can't say that, I don't see where they're coming from.
Okay, so sorry again. All executive branch employees are on the clock now to get vaccinated by September 24th, was it?
Right, yeah. But how many are left? Because if we've already had over 80% of our adult population get vaccinated, how many executive branch employees haven't got the shots? Do they even know? Or are they just shooting out executive orders because the governor's in a bad mood or whatever?
Are the other two branches of government now on the clock to make a decision about this? Did she kind of hold their feet to the fire?
Well, we'll see. We'll see in the news.
We'll wait for the Facebook video.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. It's like we're being governed by social media. For the governor to put out these Instagram videos in the middle of the night, to not make herself available to the media for questioning. I mean, we got to wait till they're done with this British warship thing to get maybe 5 minutes with the gov. It's just really, it's out of control. Really it is. So instead what we get, because the governor is so uncomfortable with having to answer questions, you can see it in her body language, in her tone, in her responses. It's very demeaning. Very demeaning, very stubborn. But if she doesn't want to make herself available for these real opportunities, what ends up happening is they put out a Facebook video. Well, guess what, guys? You can't ask a Facebook video questions. It's 6:34, Monday, August 9th. Let's go to get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team, brought to you by Pacific Points. Sabrina Salas-Manzanati, good morning.
Half a day, everybody. Late Friday, Governor Lulian Guerrero issued an executive order mandating that all government of Guam employees in the executive branch be vaccinated by no later than September 24th. For employees who decline vaccination, they will be required to take a weekly COVID-19 test. Just before Saturday night, the governor posted on her Instagram a statement regarding her new mandate.
Last week, we achieved Operation Liberate Guam, a milestone in our aggressive vaccination campaign to achieve 80% herd immunity of our adult population. While this is remarkable, we cannot and will not stop there. Tens of thousands of Guam residents are still unvaccinated. Last week, we achieved Operation Liberate Guam, a milestone in our aggressive vaccination campaign to achieve 80% herd immunity of our adult population. While this is remarkable, we cannot and will not stop there. Tens of thousands of Guam residents are still unvaccinated, many simply because they are not of age to receive the vaccine, others because of vaccine hesitancy or misinformation. As science has proven, the COVID-19 vaccine is safe and effective at preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death. That is why I continue to call on our community. If you are eligible for the vaccine, please Get your shots. Protect yourself. Protect the ones you love. Protect our community. The Delta variant and its mutations remain a real and imminent threat to our island, and the COVID-19 vaccine has proven to be our greatest defense. In recent days, we've seen an increase in the number of positive cases. We also recorded our highest CAR score since the start of this year. Based on the information provided by Public Health, we are experiencing an increase in COVID-19 transmission throughout our community, especially among our unvaccinated. Fortunately, our data also shows that the vaccine works, evidenced by our low COVID-19 hospital admissions. At the time of this recording, there are 6 hospital admissions between the Guam Memorial Hospital and the Guam Regional Medical City. Of the 6 admissions, 5 of these patients are not fully vaccinated. The vaccine success is not to be defined by preventing infection, but is demonstrated through low hospitalizations and the decrease of the severity of the illness. For this reason, I have mandated that all Government of Guam workers in the executive branch get fully vaccinated no later than Friday, September 24th, 2021. As the largest employer on the island, we must lead by example, and I ask my sister branches of government and the private sector to follow suit. What our data also tells us is that we must go back to basics. Wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. Since the start of the pandemic, I instituted a mask mandate. While I have slowly relaxed restrictions upon achieving our vaccination milestones, I have never backed down on mask wearing. In line with going back to basics, my team, led by Public Health, will increase community testing. As we've done in the past, we know how to contain the virus. To do this, we must test, track, and treat. Symptomatic or not, all are welcome to get tested and know your status. Again, testing is free. We have also increased vaccination clinics and offer all 3 vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, and they are all free. I want to be very clear. COVID remains on our island. As we relax restrictions, we will see an increase in our positive cases. To slow the spread and prevent serious illness, hospitalization, and death, you must get vaccinated. This is how we can secure a safer community and return to some sense of normalcy. In addition, I continue to mandate wearing masks indoors and outdoors, regardless if you are vaccinated. I want to thank the nearly 104,000 residents who've rolled up their sleeve and got their shots and received the protection the vaccine provides. Should our situation escalate, I will not hesitate to reinstate restrictions to continue protecting our island. Do your part, wear your mask, wash your hands, watch your distance, and
watch the governor's statement that she issued at 9 o'clock Saturday night on our Facebook page. Meanwhile, the Joint Information Center, they don't release numbers on weekends, but on Friday night, Guam's COVID area risk score jumped to 5.4. This after 21 new COVID-19 cases were identified out of 516 samples tested on Thursday. 3 cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. And as you heard from the governor at the time of her recording, 6 people are hospitalized. To date, there have been a total of 8,673 officially reported cases with 143 deaths. 160 cases are active and more than 8,370 people have recovered. Additionally, the JIC reports that 2 GDOE employees tested positive for the virus. 1 is employee at Tizen Central Office and the other is employed at JFK High School. An additional firefighter with GFD also testing positive for COVID. According to a press release, the latest case was identified yesterday morning when firefighters who were exposed to a pair of positive firefighters last week were tested. The remaining personnel at Estumbo Fire have been placed on cohort pending testing, and results through thorough decontamination was performed throughout the northern station. Acting spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff confirms that the firefighter was fully vaccinated. To date, a total of 22 GFD personnel have tested positive since March of last year. With more news now, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. The executive order to streamline all RISE payments will be released soon. The governor says it will provide instructions to Revenue Tax to help expedite processing of applications by September 1st, but otherwise it will not lift the $30 million cap or extend the deadline. The governor adds that she's moving now only after getting direct reassurances from Deputy Treasury Secretary, who she met in her just completed trip to D.C., that ARP funds could be used for the All RISE program.
I asked him about our program, the RISE program, and that I wanted to quickly help our people and to be able to use those monies for that program. And he actually said that if the program is consistent with the law and is consistent with the interim rules, then we discussed it, and we persuaded him to sort of come our way. So.
Speaking of the ARP funds, the governor says she will not be sharing her spending plan with the legislature ahead of their budget discussions that will get underway soon. She says senators need to stick to projected general fund revenues in crafting their budget. She also cautions them not to try and incorporate ARP funds into their spending plan.
The ARP money is not part of the general funds, and what they need to do is to just go ahead with what they feel is their priorities and what they feel is the funding that's needed to effectuate those priorities.
Would you caution the senators then not to try to incorporate ARP funding into the budget, and would you veto a budget if they did?
They cannot appropriate ARP. There's been court decisions. Federal monies that are appropriated by the federal Congress directly to the states are not part of the authority of legislators.
Speaker Teresa Lahi had invited the governor to the legislature next week to outline her spending plan, but she declined. Meanwhile, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is expected to hold a news conference next week to announce more details about her trip to the nation's capital and the many meetings she had with federal officials. Meanwhile, late Friday afternoon, senators discussed and quickly passed a pair of bills to amend the All RISE Act. One of the measures was introduced by Senator Jim Moylan to extend the deadline and increase the payments from $800 to $1,000 for individuals and from $1,600 to $2,000 for couples.
Another important change that you'll see in the substitute version is there is no cap. We should pay out all the qualified applicants. The governor has referred to the restrictions on the amount of money to be paid out by referring back to the original RISE Act, Public Law 135-36. So simply change it. Since the governor has yet to do so, this is why this no cap was included in the substitute version.
Despite passing the bill, several senators acknowledged that it is still solely up to the governor to make the payments, as she has the ultimate control over the federal American Rescue Plan funding. The flagship of the United
that the government or this program would run out of money, and if they did not get there first, it was first come, first serve. And then you're out of luck. It was really, I don't know, I felt like a desperate situation. Like already they're in need and we were making them desperate to line up, desperate to get there first, and desperate almost to clamor over each other. I mean, I hope we never do that again.
The flagship of the United Kingdom's Royal Navy is here. The aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth came into port at the Naval Station Guam. It's here along with its carrier strike group as part of a series of multinational training exercises that began in May. The ship is captained by Steve Morehouse.
This is a hugely important visit for us. HMS Queen Elizabeth's first operational deployment. A big focus of that is working here in the Pacific with partners and allies. And what better way to do than to come to Guam, really demonstrate our global footprint.
You mentioned earlier that there will be a permanent Royal Navy presence in the Indo-Pacific area. Can you explain?
Yes, so one of the outcomes of a recent defence and security review in the United Kingdom was that we were going to base 2 warships in the region on a permanent basis. So they'll sail from the United Kingdom later this year and make their way out here.
Morehouse says the move is an indication of the ever-growing importance of the Indo-Pacific to global peace and prosperity.
From trade and commerce, you look at how economies in this region are growing. We all want to be here. We all want to be participating in that. But it's really important that there is rules and structures that we can all abide by, such that that commerce can take place unhindered. And I think that's a really important thing. So a key element of this deployment is working with those like-minded nations, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, and we're all there to uphold international rules and laws.
While here, the crew of the various ships in the strike group will come ashore for liberty. In a news conference, Morehouse assures that those going ashore will have passed all COVID protocols. He says early media reports about infections aboard ship occurred many weeks earlier in different waters. The Guam Environmental Protection Agency says they were shocked when they received the complaints about the flooding in the Marble Cave area because based on meetings and discussions from the solar farm contractor over the years, they were fully aware of what they were supposed to do to prevent runoff and erosion in the area. During Thursday's Guam EPA board meeting, Chief Engineer and Water Division Director Brian Burden says even as far back as March and June of last year, Samsung had asked for copies of previous NOVs issued to other companies.
I don't know what to make of that. I think that regardless of what reason they had asked to see the copies of those notices of violation, I think it's clear evidence that they knew that what they were supposed to do.
Also during last night's meeting, Burden and Guam EPA Administrator Walter Leon Guerrero responded to criticisms that the agency appeared to have dropped the ball in monitoring the solar farm project. Both discussed the severe shortage in manpower and the difficulty to fill vacancies. The administrator said that when they recently put out a job announcement, only one person applied.
I'd really like to make sure that folks understand that our staff work very hard. They do not sit around on their butts doing nothing.
When people say that we're not doing our due diligence, I got to tell them you're wrong. I mean, maybe you don't know what we're doing, but we are trying. And I don't understand why an entry-level position you get one application. So, and I'll leave it at that.
The new school year kicked off Friday morning for the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. Here's more. The Academy of Our Lady of Guam, a college preparatory Catholic high school, welcomed 329 students to their campus Friday. The enrollment is slightly less than last school year, where there were a total of 343 students. This school year, Principal Iris Gaza said that the home of the Cougars will only have one model of learning, which is in-person instruction.
We recognize the difficulties that last year had, that we were faced with, specifically with students and learning online. A lot of them, it didn't really meet their needs in terms of getting the education that they needed. So we recognize that with the new situation that we're in now, we have the ability to bring our students back on campus. We're still following all of our safety protocols, wearing masks, using safe distance that's prescribed by the public health and the CDC, but we're still trying to be back to some semblance of what it used to be like, but still moving forward.
Gaza continues with other COVID-19 mitigation measures.
The students are advised to ensure they take their temperatures before they leave home so that they don't get sent home when they get here. Their temperatures are taken before entering any of our buildings. You saw our scanner over there. That's only one of the many scanners that we use. We also have manual scanners that all of our faculty and staff have. We do have an isolation room available for students who are feeling any type of COVID symptoms. That includes the fever, the sore throat, the coughing. We have a health counselor who's been trained to actually provide or to do on-site COVID testing.
Other protocols enforced are the 3-foot distancing, which is a part of the guidelines from the CDC, plexiglass shields in the cafeteria, sanitization of all desks before and after each use, and assignments are submitted via online educational platforms. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Well, as you heard earlier on Friday, senators passed a pair of bills to remove any and all impediments they believe will allow the governor to pay the all-rise stimulus payments to eligible residents. Prior to passage, several senators voiced their frustration with the governor not providing the public a plan on how she will spend more than $600 million in American Rescue Plan money. Guam received the money 4 months ago. They also expressed their frustration with the governor for not paying the rise payments since they were authorized by law back in December. Here's more from session floor.
We've come together as a body and honestly gave her our written recommendations on how to spend, or our suggestions on how to most appropriate this money. And we were hoping to hear the governor's reply. But there's silence on that. Actually, more than silence. It's basically just butt out, and we're not going to tell you. So with that kind of attitude coming from Adelup, I say, remove the cap. If you're not going to help us determine how we're going to spend this money, then I'm going to say, allow it to go to the people. You pay what's deserving of the people from the American Rescue Plan, and until the last person who is eligible finishes that within 6 months application process, then we're done.
You know, I've had a couple of constituents call me because they were so confused about what is the RISE program, what is the All Rise, or which is it? Because they're very confused. And even if you read the executive order, the governor talks about, implementing a program to add additional individuals that were not recognized in the All Rise, but utilizing the same process as the All Rise, as the RISE even I'm confused because if you read the legislation, you're not quite sure. Is this the All Rise program that implements a cap, or is this the All Rise Act? It's so confusing at this point. But what's not confusing, Madam Speaker, is her ability to use this funding to help our community, those most in need. That's not confusing at all. And she can do that on her own without us, without this body.
It's like we're going to Adelup and we're knocking on the castle doors almost. And we're going to take our petitions of these bills. We're going to hold them up in our hands and take them to Adelup and say, oh, dear governor, can you please consider paying the RISE Act to our dear people of Guam? Whichever version, please do something. Really? I don't know who's planning the PR or messaging at Adelup or strategizing. But I have to tell you, the bottom line is the people still don't know. Why is that? I asked that question.
I share the same frustration as every speaker before me, as well as the concerns from some. Is this necessary? Truly, if we were working in a transparent government, if we were doing things in unison, as was we had promised, as was we were told that it was going to happen a few months ago, would this be necessary? As a body, as was mentioned earlier, we opened our arms and said, we are willing to work with you. Here is a listing of some ideas, recognizing that obviously we have no control as to how this money is going to be spent, but here's some of our ideas that we can work with you on. Share with us your ideas so that we can remove any impediments that exist in law so that we can help our people. And we're now to this. Sad. I've got a great idea for both Bill 75 and Bill 164 of how we can get things moving on this thing, on these bills, how we can get this money out to the people. Why don't we just put a provision in there that those individuals that are responsible for doing this don't get paid until it gets done?
I want to say to the people of Guam just one more time, I am sorry that you had to wait this long, and I am sorry about all of the confusion that has been put in front of you. And I truly am sincere when I say I will do whatever it takes. I will work with the governor. I will work with everyone that it takes to get this money to these people.
And we're going to head straight into our Zoom room now, where we have got the Department of Revenue and Taxation Director, Daphne Shimizu. Good morning. Good morning, Daphne.
Are you sad this morning, Daph, or are you happy?
You know, every day I'm grateful to get up in the morning and be able to do what I do. So I'm happy. It's Monday.
There you
happy
go.
Monday, Chris. Happy Monday, Bree. Happy Monday, Jason. Happy Monday, Guam.
Well,
I know there's a lot of things going on. I think people have a lot of questions
We
about
do.
the rise,
Yeah.
what's going on, and I know, of course. But maybe you guys can start with what questions you have, and I can see if I can answer them. I'm going to do my best, the best that I can.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead, Bree. Ladies first.
So which one are we following? The executive order or the public law?
Sure. And so, of course, Governor did, or the Chief of Staff, John Calvo did issue a memo on Thursday regarding the executive order, and of course, advising that there, after meetings with certain government officials in Washington, D.C., the governor and certain members of the fiscal team were able to get confirmation that the use of funding for a program like the RISE would be okay. I mean, it would be acceptable at this time. And so that's, I think, first and foremost, probably one of the greatest pieces of news, because I think, number one, the funding issue was a concern. I know there have been a couple of bills that were introduced. I hear that they have been, that they did pass into law. And of course, those are things that we're going to have to look at to make sure that we can, understand how perhaps those may, if they are going to be implemented that way, they would. But, the governor, when I did have the opportunity to speak with her last week, of course, the main thing, and I think you saw it even when Lieutenant Governor Tenorio was acting governor, the main thing that has been a big issue was, the requirement of documents and making the process cumbersome for our people. And that's been huge. Of course, 2 weeks ago, Acting Governor Tenorio did issue a letter advising that, we would try to address the issue of mayor's verifications, because our mayors have been, seeing a huge demand in those verification requests, and it's been challenging for them to address that issue. And then, of course, again last week, that you could see it through the Chief of Staff's letter that Governor does intend to issue another executive order. Bree, I don't have the information on the executive order, but again, if you read through, the main issue is, again, it's just the challenges, one, that we've had in trying to implement, and two, just trying to make sure that the process is as least cumbersome or as easy as possible, but that we still meet what we need to in order to make sure that we get our people their money. And again, that's been really, as I understand it, that's been the main issue. And I think, I remember back in 2019 when I first sat with Governor on a really serious matter, and she just basically, her advice was, Daphne, you just need to do what's best for our people. And then again, last week I spoke with her, and, she reiterated that same message, is that we're just, of course, trying to help our people the best we can, given some of the challenges that we are having. And I spoke with you a few weeks ago about, us trying to address the issue of eligibility and some of the language in the law that we were having a challenge with. In particular, I think it had to do with dependent eligibility. Those are things that we've been trying to overcome. But outside of that, I think just the process, it being very cumbersome, has been a very huge issue for Governor and Lieutenant Governor, and of course us as well. I think that, for us as well, it's challenging because, for other programs, we didn't require as many documents. And so, it's the question of why are you now requiring all of these documents, especially if we, for certain cases, we may have the wherewithal or the information that we need in order to be able to process these payments. And again, those are the things that, of course, we want to make sure we address. And I am not sure, I guess at this point, because the bills have passed, I think that likely legal will have to review. And so that way, if there is some type of response, that will have to come from legal, and we'll have to go ahead and communicate with them on that, about how now this or these new laws will impact what currently exists.
Right, and I think, one of the things on session floor, senators kind of basically said, do these bills really even matter? The governor will more than likely veto these bills, and it's mainly just a message to her, like, just pay it out. And they're removing the $30 million cap. I know that when we got a message from Crystal when we asked her, so is the governor going to keep to the $30 million cap even despite this executive order whenever it comes out? And she said yes. So I'm not sure how this is going to work out. Are we going off the executive order? Are we going through this public law? The Mayor's Council of Guam, from the meeting that they had with DRT, they're basically just recommending go get the mayor's verification, because there's going to be 3 piles. There's going to be a completed application with the mayor's verification. There's going to be a second pile with a completed application without a mayor's verification. We're going to get that later. And then there's going to be a third pile, and that third pile is going to be incomplete applications. And so because this is now a first in, first out type of situation, if you want to get it quicker, you better get that mayor's verification. But now we're in limbo because we don't know what this executive order is going to be that's coming out from Adelup on the streamlining of the application process. And so on top of that, are the All Rise applications, are they really going to be ready by September 1st?
Well, you know what, I think that, again, if you look at the rules and regs, well, at least if you look at, I believe Speaker Trelahi's bill, it did strike out the rules and regs section. I believe that the issue of mayor's, or the required documents were actually, found within that area. And so, my understanding, again, based on, and I have to go back and review Speaker Trelahi's now law, bill, because it has to still go through the governor. But I still have to review that so that we can make sure we understand it. But my understanding is that, at least if you look at it, the area of the rules and regs was struck out so that the director can have the ability to go ahead and provide the rules and regs for that without, again, being restricted to what was already there. So, I know that the intention is to give us some level of flexibility. But again, of course, we'll have to wait to see with regards to the executive order, what language will be issued, or what the issue will be, what will be issued with regards to the executive order. I do have to say, though, with regards to the issue of funding, I think that, one of the big challenges we saw with regards to the RISE Act was, and again, I am not the expert on the funding language piece, but I believe that how the RISE Act reads, the original RISE Act, is that it seeks to utilize FY 2021 funds there are 2 potential funding mechanisms: FY 2021 funds or the ARP Act, or some type of federal funding that we get for to address the issue of this public health emergency. It's the governor, and I think it's been clear that the governor has full authority over the federal funding in terms of, it's really at the governor's discretion. And that's something, of course, that she's been working with Director Byrne and Director Carlson on with regards to, again, the potential use of those ARP Act monies. And, again, so the funding issue is a huge issue. I don't know if with regards to the law, that and I apologize for not having read through that whole thing and being prepared completely for it, but with regards to the law, with regards to the bills that passed last week, I'm not sure if it addresses the issue of the source of funds, and so that may be, again, an issue that comes up, because the governor does have full authority over the federal funding that comes through.
Right. This is kind of the same situation when Senator Amanda Shelton introduced her Zuderman GAFA bill, where she prioritized the use of federal funding, although everybody knew that the governor can do whatever she wants with the CARES Act funding back then. But the bill still went through. The governor allowed it to lapse into law. The Zuderman GAFA was paid out. And now this is kind of the same thing. And I think that's why senators on session floor were like, what are we doing? We don't really need to do this. The governor can pay this out. And she's kind of already made that clear that she was going to use or is going to use the ARPA money, because why would she go ask Treasury, like, hey, can I use this for RISE Act payments or all RISE or whatever it is now?
Well, just to share with you though, like when we did meet in the last week with, of course, with Governor coming back, the discussion with the Treasury and the review of the interim guidelines is actually quite important. There, and I know legal did bring up certain questions with regards to the use of funding because, and again, I'm not as familiar with the interim guidelines or the final guidelines. As I understand it, the final guidelines have not yet been issued, but the interim final guidelines do have specific language with regards to the use of the funds for certain programs. And as I understand it, that was one of the questions that, there was, there was clarification with regards to, and again, that's use of the funding for a program, because, I think there's a concern that the funding should be utilized for only those individuals, again, that have been somehow severely impacted by this particular by this public health emergency, right? And if you look at the guidelines, my understanding is there's language that specifies that people must have been harmed. And so again, I think, and if you saw though, like when we did deal with EIP 1, EIP 2, or EIP 3, there hasn't been a requirement that people prove that. And it is difficult to prove too, Bree. I mean, I think that, even as I was thinking about it, if in fact, we were going to require people to prove that they've been harmed. I mean, it's just honestly, that is a very difficult process to prove. And that's why, again, I think we saw with EIP 1, 2, and 3, we looked at a specific group of people who had or fell within certain income thresholds and utilized the funding was used to address, of course, them, because the idea is that those people are the ones that are most severely impacted. Again, those within below a certain income threshold. And I think that, again, that was one of the issues was, although EIP 1, 2, and 3 had passed or were authorized in that way, because there was some language in the interim guidelines that indicated, this issue of people being harmed. I think that was one of the questions. Again, that was one of the questions that was brought up when we met this last week. And again, of course, that was something that I believe we've been able to work through. And so, of course, now Governor feels comfortable that we can move forward with trying to fund this using ARP Act monies. But, I totally understand, the issue. And we do understand that concern, of course, that people are wanting this money. And we're, again, doing our best to try to just to navigate through it all. I have to tell you, this hasn't been an easy process for me and my team personally as well, or me personally and our team here, because there have been language issues that we've had to try to overcome and try to figure out how we're going to address. And, we don't, again, our intention is to try to make payments out. I know with regards to the bills that have passed last week, we're going to have discussion about those, how they may or may not impact things. And, again, I have not seen yet any of the draft language or language for the executive order. But again, we're hopeful that, of course, legal will review and work to address those, again, in conjunction with the bills that passed last week.
So let me get this straight. Are you guys now saying that the RISE law was very flawed and that it was impossible to implement it?
I think that I don't know that, of course, anytime we do things, right, we have to make sure we follow the law. What's different, and I think I mentioned this before with regards to RISE, is we kind of compare it maybe with Program and Salapi or even the GITA grants that we've seen, is that those were not authorized by law. When there is a program that's authorized by law, we really have to follow like the letter of the law to make sure that that we're following the law. Now, in terms of the language, there was language in the RISE Act, even between the rules and regs and the law itself, that did conflict, or that did where we did have challenges with. If you look at the rules and regs for the original RISE Act, there is discussion about an individual who has well, first of all, it states that you must be a Guam taxpayer in order to be eligible. But then in the rules and regs, it goes on to state that if you are a Guam to define Guam taxpayer, and I think, Bree, you could find that in the section 1A3, is probably the area of the rules and regs that we had the most problem with, which refers to individuals who did not file returns because they did not meet the threshold. And that was probably the hardest language. So to go back to your question, Chris, is it impossible? Perhaps not, but is it going to be implemented in the way that that was contemplated by the legislature? I think that was the concern, because that particular language basically opens up the RISE Act to be able to be payable to anybody, and anybody, including dependents, and that was one of the issues or concerns that we had. And we don't believe that was the intention, but that's something that we had a challenge with.
Daph, we had a comment here. What's up with the child tax credit?
Okay, so you know what? I'm happy that you're bringing up the advanced child tax credit. We've been communicating with the IRS with regards to this. As you know, in the continental United States, the IRS has begun to issue those child tax credit payments. We have been in communication with the IRS. We are hopefully in the final stretch to get our advanced child tax credit plan to be approved by the Treasury. That's something I hope to happen very soon. And so, of course, the law requires that payments be made to eligible recipients in monthly installments, through the year. And so, again, in the continental United States, we're seeing payments begin in July and go through December. For Guam residents, of course, we're going to try to get those monthly payments out as quickly as possible. But first, we need to get our implementation plan approved, and we're hopeful that that's going to happen really, really soon. I was communicating with my IRS counterpart about it over the weekend, and we've actually honestly been going through a lot of different versions of the plan. For some reason, there's been a lot. Well, I believe, as I understand it, this has probably been one of the more complicated implementation plans that even the IRS has had to work on. And I deal with the general counsel there, who has been there for a long time. So it's taken some time to get it done, but we're hopeful that those child tax credit payments, in particular, the advanced child tax credit payments, can begin to happen. I mean, as you know, there is the anticipation of the PUA payments that are going to be ceasing very soon. And so, if we can work to get those advanced child tax credit payments out to our people, just shortly after, or around the time that happens, I think that would be a great relief for a lot of our people. So we're working on that now, and I'm hopeful we're going to have an update on that very soon.
What about the vaccination mandate? Have you received any instruction on, because I think it said effective August 9th. So how does that work logistically? Do you get all the employees together and say, okay, who didn't get their vaccine? Or just walk us through your process, Steph.
Sure. So of course we did get that letter from Governor with regards to the requirement of vaccination. Our team actually has to gather the information on, who at this point is still not vaccinated. We've been working to try to get updates on that already as we've been going along. So our ASO is likely going to be working to get that list together. And then we go from there. I know there's many reasons why people have not gotten vaccinated, and so, but I believe the majority of our agency employees have been. We're just the first step is to identify those individuals who have not been vaccinated, and that's something that we're going to be doing. We were supposed to do it since last Friday, but we were not able to get those final figures. We'll be getting those today, and then providing that count so that we can again identify them, and we'll go from there.
What type of disciplinary action do you anticipate would be levied on those who don't get the vaccine or don't do the weekly COVID test?
And that's something that I guess we'll have to discuss with DOA, HR. We do take the cue from them, or the direction from them, in terms of, the rules and regs. So, if there are policies, or if there is going to be some type of a policy with regards to any action that is or will be taken, that likely will have to take the direction from the Department of Administration with regards to that and what the policy will be.
Daph, if let's say for whatever reason they're not getting the vaccine, are they going to be provided with leave time to go get the COVID test? And will the COVID test be something that's covered by the government, or will the individual employee have to foot the bill for that?
On the COVID testing, there's two areas where, to be addressed. With regards to getting the actual vaccination, we have provided people with administrative leave so that way, I believe 3 hours, so that way they can go ahead and get those, get vaccinated, right? So if there is someone that still is in need of vaccination, that is something that can be done again with admin leave. With regards to the COVID testing, as you know, and of course we are kind of in a different position we were last year, but in the last year, we even had to provide a specific time frame where we had a Saturday where our agency personnel were in a drive-through line working to get, tested because we had been exposed. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with what would the process be for the COVID testing. I am confident that if there was some type of exposure within our agency, that we would have to definitely make sure that we address similar to how we did before, where if there is a need to isolate a certain division or branch, that we do, and that of course we make sure that we go through the process of addressing with public health so that we can get contact tracing done and get people tested as needed. So I'm not sure, again, with regards to this new guidance, how we're contemplating addressing that. But again, those are things that will wait on guidelines from the Department of Administration likely for.
So there's no guidelines on this thing.
I'm sorry if I currently don't have the guidelines, and I will have to confirm with our team, but I don't currently have them.
Have you received any initial concerns from any of your employees? And then also, Daph, just ballpark, if you could also maybe just answer this. What's your idea, your guesstimate of how many employees aren't vaccinated? Do you know offhand?
I can pull up our last vaccination. With regards to, hold on just a second. With regards to vaccination, though, I do know some people who have had concerns. On a personal note, I do know of people who have had concerns about vaccination because of their health issues. I know, I have a family member who has had severe reactions to other types of vaccinations, and because of that, has chosen to not get vaccinated. I'm confident that these are going to be items which will have to be addressed. But with regards to the vaccination update, I can pull it up from my, we actually are in need of doing a vaccination update, but let me pull up the last time that we did do an update. Sorry, I have probably one of the slower computers.
We should, ours will give you a run for the money.
No, so when we did change our computers, I wanted to make sure our team got their computers. So
that's the best boss ever.
It's been a long time. I don't know if you remember Windows Vista, but Windows Vista, when we actually still had people who had Windows Vista, and that was, I think, from 2007 or something like that. So we did have some really, really old systems here. I'm sorry, I don't have an update. I don't want to provide you with the number and then it be totally off, but our ASO will be working to get that update today so that we can get that information. But,
what do you think?
I think that we've always done our best to make sure that our team has access to vaccines. Yeah. Last year in December, of course, when the vaccines were just being made available, I did make sure that, we communicated to at that time, the deputy chief of staff, and of course, chief of staff and the front office, that we believe that our team should be considered, even if not first tier frontliners, but second tier frontliners, because we're always, out and exposed to the public. Yeah. So, we've done our best to try to make sure that people are vaccinated again, and that we give them the opportunity. But I don't have a final count on that.
Okay, Daph. I guess just one last question on this. Will those employees, it's a Facebook comment, will those employees with doctor's excuses to not be vaccinated because of health issues, will they still be required to take weekly tests?
and again, that those are things that I'm not certain of, but, I think that in the interest of, if people are not able to, I think just kind of on a personal note, my personal perspective is in the interest of just making sure that, we continue to keep people safe, that's likely prudent. But, again, those are things that we'll work through. I have not gotten any, at this point, I haven't received any direct, I guess, or anybody, any concerns from the team with regards to, having to be vaccinated or this, I guess, this particular requirement. But again, those are things that we're going to have to discuss with our team so that we make sure that we address. And if there are any concerns, again, Chris, because, for example, there may be people who are not able to get vaccinated or have concern because they have significant health issues, then, we'll have to make sure that we address those. I mean, we always do our best to be fair and make sure that we take care of our team. And, again, that's what we're going to continue to do, even with regards to this area.
Thank you, Dav. You good, Bree?
Yes, thank you, Dav.
Appreciate you starting the morning with us.
This morning.
Good luck this week.
All right. No, thanks so much, you guys. Have a great day. Have a great day, Guam.
Okay, we'll see you. Some comments here. Chamarita Regis. Governor is waiting for a HIPAA lawsuit. Yeah, we did have a bunch of comments here. We're just going to kind of go through some of these real quick. Regarding the RISE Act, we did have some comments here. It's all in her bank account with all these issues. Why isn't there a recall on Lulu? Not only has she not submitted a plan to the legislature, she never submitted one to the Treasury Department either.
She said, in that interview last week, I think we ran it in the news, that she said, I'm not going to give them a plan before they, finish the budget. They should just do it.
Yeah.
With what they got.
Yeah, that's what she said. Vic comments, collecting interest as long as the money stays there. The money is ours. The interest is hers. Rosemary Laguatnia, the only thing that she has proven thus far is that as long as we are in a public health emergency, she has superpowers to do what she wants, when she wants, and there's nothing the people can do about it yet.
Are you confused? I'm just a little bit confused with the RISE, all RISE, the executive order, the public law.
What are you confused about, Bree? Maybe I can help.
So...
But first of all, you're right. It's very confusing. It's more confusing every time the governor speaks on it. I become more confused. And I'm not the only one. There's 15 senators down there. Well, probably like 13 that feel the same way.
So, like, if there was the cap at $30 million, but she changed it with the executive order to the All Rise program and expanded the amount of people that are eligible, but she says she's going to stick with the law with the $30 million.
The reason why it's confusing, Bree, is because she's picking and choosing what she wants to follow. She wants to follow the law when it comes to shortchanging the people. But she wants to follow her EO so that she can kiss up to the government employees for re-election. That's why it's confusing. You're right. You're totally correct to be confused. A rational person cannot make sense of this because it doesn't make sense. The governor said that she has to follow the law. Then she changed it by executive order. And then when they said, hey, there's not enough money, she goes, oh, well, I have to follow the law. You said $30 million.
But yet you can change through executive order.
That's why it's confusing. She could change the cap. She could just pay out $50 million if she wanted to.
The requirements for the application, even though it's in the law.
Yeah, it's confusing, Bree, because she's picking and choosing. When they said raise the cap, she said, oh, no, I got to follow the law. When they said, oh, it's only private sector, she went in an EO and amended the law. So, yeah, it's confusing. And then Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio said, oh, no more mayor's verification. But Daphne was like, oh, you better just get one because if you don't get a mayor's verification.
No, it wasn't Daphne. It was the Mayor's Council of Guam.
Right, but Daphne had said that it would be problematic if you didn't have a mayor's verification. And that just made Lieutenant Governor go back down in his hole wherever he goes when the governor's here. He's like one of them chipmunks at Chuck E. Cheese. They pop their head up. Bam! Get back down there, Lieutenant Governor. You talking about mayor's verification. Go cut some bushes.
So we should all just wait. There's another executive order that's coming out regarding the All Rise, streamlining the application process. So we don't know what's going to be in it, neither does Daphne. So
yeah, she doesn't even know what the hell's up with the vaccine mandate. Even the governor's own people are confused by what she decides to release in the middle of the night. On a whim, it seems like. Maybe she's just too busy doing other stuff, and the only time they can get her, oh, can we get you? You're so busy, Gov. Can we get you to put out this EO? And I told you guys already, don't want to be bothered with these stupid EO. I'm going to put it out there already again. I told you guys already. I mean, that's the impression I get. Why else would they shoot stuff out 10 minutes before news time, 9 o'clock on a Saturday night? Like, if you want to tell the people of Guam to mask up and be vigilant or whatever, don't do it at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night.
Tracy, you're asking about an application. There is no application yet. Daphne's still kind of waiting for the new executive order to come out and then monitoring the 2 bills that were passed by the legislature on Friday. So no one knows what's happening. You want to go to a break and then we'll go back into the Zoom room?
Yeah, let's go to a break and then we got Jason coming up with our buddy Farron next, 7:26. Guys, we're also getting Therese Areola of Jibwick. Maybe she knows a little bit something about the vax mandate. Mayor's Council of Guam. President Jesse Alec. Are the mayors now going to mandate vaccination? We'll see. Yeah, it's 7:27. Good morning.
Looking for TV schedules?
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
All right, the morning show continues right here on the link. Good morning outside, and good morning to you if you're joining us from anywhere in the world. I'm Jason Salas. I'm so happy to have you along for the ride. Farron Tyron has become a local celebrity of sorts for his environmentalism, his inspiration that he's done, and his filmmaking. And he's also someone who wants to make our island a better place, and he and his friends are planning to go back to Oka Point. Hint, they've been there before. Clean up the place. It certainly needs it and everything like that, but he also needs your help, and we also want to show some of Farron's very fine videography work. So Farron, Hafaday, welcome back to the show.
Off a day. Thank you so much for having me again.
All right, man. It's, you know, we are already your biggest fans when it comes to like your video work and everything like that. If for no other reason that you get to send it to me first, well, you know, you got Instagram and then there's me, and then, you know, we get to put it together. So Mr. Joso over here is going to bring it up. So can you kind of break down the some of the clips you gave me? Because I've got the one about the baby turtle, and also what was the other one you did?
I did it. We got a ghost net off the reef outside Hilaan yesterday.
The reef, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and then there was I already forgot what the other one was.
I know you. I'm such a big fan of you. I can't remember it, and you shoot so much of the stuff you can't remember. So it's we've not had our coffee yet on this Monday morning, but
no.
But basically, okay. Well, let's talk about the turtle,
after.
because everybody's going to talk about the turtle. Everyone's going to be, oh, dude, it was so cute. How did you come across this creature in the water?
So my friend actually found it. My friend Kenji. We're just swimming around. We're on the east side, and I just hear her like kind of scream / shriek because it was a little rough that day. If you can see like it in the water.
Oh, is this
and
Kenji
it almost
Oku?
like hits. I don't know her. Oh, what's her last name? Kendra. Kendra's her real first name, and she's a high school teacher.
Okay, I thought it might have been a classmate of mine. Sorry.
No worries. And look, so she freaks out because she thinks like, oh, is it dead? Is it a little turtle? Actually, it was alive. We could see its eyes moving. It would occasionally flap its fins. Which, if you've ever seen baby turtles like hatching and crawling off the beach or going into the water, they're like flipping out the entire time. So I'm like, oh man, I wonder if this little guy's all right. So I decided to, just risk it, with the law, and because I'm like, all right, I think it's okay for trying to save it. So I brought it back to the boat. I called a couple friends who work with sea turtles, like CJ over at DAR, and Lonnie Sablon, who's I think she's with Sea Grant, and they both work with turtles, and they're like, yeah, well, we can't do anything with it anyway, so you just gotta let it go and let nature do its thing, and we did. But at the same time, it's like, you saw my finger in the picture, it's this big. Like the distance from my eyes to my lips. It was so small, it was so adorable, but it didn't look good. So it's such a crazy, I don't know, mix of emotions, that like being so happy to find such this adorable, cute thing, and then also being sad and seeing it so vulnerable. But
so if it was a hatchling, did you see anywhere in the water? And I mean, obviously the ocean's a big place and everything, but were there any other turtles around there? Was there like anything like a family? Because I mean, we all know, you watch any nature film or you study biology, the chances of when a turtle is actually birthed and them being able to make it from the shore into the water are not good, and a lot of them don't make it that far and everything. So were there any other, maybe it's siblings, maybe parents or anything like that?
No, nothing like that. I'm sure we saw some like juvenile or adult turtles, but no other hatchlings like that. Yeah, supposedly for the first like day or so of their life, they're just like constantly swimming, and it's just a hot, erratic mess.
Okay. Now, I like the fact that you actually brought up that, turtles are protected. And of course, if you know Chamorro culture, like the turtle is very symbolic to who we are. Typically, you associate that with, like a matriarchal spirit or like a strong female character and everything. But for people that might happen upon turtles as you did and everything like that, I mean, you're an outdoorsman, you're a dive instructor, you respect the ocean and everything, but obviously for people that have GoPros and they're in the middle of the water, this is a huge photographic opportunity. But for people that actually see these in the wild, how would you advise them to to handle them, to treat them and everything like that, so they won't disturb its habitat, possibly endanger the turtle, and maybe get themselves in a whole bunch of hot water?
Just give them room. That's really it. Just the best thing you can do is like not do anything. if you have like a healthy turtle, just give it some room, admire it from a respectful distance. If you are cool, sometimes they'll come closer to you, especially if you're free diving instead of scuba because the bubbles are so loud. Although some turtles are so used to people on scuba, they have no problem with them being there. Just don't chase after them, and that should be good. If there is a turtle that's in distress, if it's tangled up in something, or if it's washed up on shore and it's sick or whatever, you can try calling the TOCA hotline, which I'm pretty sure is 864 TOCA. I believe they launched an app. I think that was earlier this year.
Yep.
If there is something along those, you can report like crimes there, environmental crimes, fishing in the marine preserves. If there's like I was saying, distressed turtles or something like that, I would go there, especially since it's an easy number to remember. 864 TOCA.
That's a good word. And my marine bio teacher from Sanchez way long ago basically said, if you ever see a sea creature and you're in the ocean, you're in its turf. So try not to disturb it, try not to make it mad and everything like that, because you are a guest in its world. So good word there. Okay, I want to talk about this Oka Point project because, again, you've been there before. You're doing your part, and kudos to you and your friends for going there and cleaning it up and everything like that. But this is not easy. It's time consuming. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, but you also need supplies. So I mean, a lot of people are behind you on this and everything, but many hands make light work. So if you guys can't actually come alongside Farron and help him out, what do you need as far as what we can provide you with?
Oh, well, we're happy to do it. We just bring all our own stuff. But if anybody wanted to help us out with like trash bags, mesh bags, bucket with lids, old climbing ropes, because that's actually the easiest way to get trash up and down is to just throw a bucket or a mesh bag over the cliff on a rope and then haul it back up instead of ascending and descending and ascending and descending every time. That would really be it. We reached out to the mayor's office, and she was kind enough to allow us to throw the trash we pick up in their dumpsters, so we don't have to bring it home. Last time I just threw it on top of my car and then drove it home to the dumpsters where I stay. But that was another big part of it, was like the disposals. But yeah, if anybody just wanted to help us out with any cleanup supplies or even climbing gear, that's expensive and niche, so I don't really want to ask anybody for that.
Yeah, we don't want you guys to break the bank. Just maybe stop by the store, get some trash bags. They're $4.95 for a package of 20 and everything like that. Farron and his buddies are gonna put in all the leg work, or in this case, the leg and arm work. And it's I also want to bring up something because Chris and Bree did a pretty insightful series earlier this year on different places around the island that are illegal dumps and everything. So when you and your friends clean up Oka Point, we haven't been there in like several years and everything, but what kind of trash are you actually finding over there?
Typical of cleanups on Guam, it can be anything and everything. By far, it's mostly like beer cans and bottles, by far. I don't know if I want to be generous about it, I'm sure some of it blows over the cliff if it's empty, but my guess is most of it is people just chucking it over the platform. I pulled up like a camping chair. There was a mattress. There's the cliff is like 100 feet off of the sea, and there's like a mattress like 60 feet down. I really wonder how it got down that far through the jungle. Furniture, car parts, and just the most vile smelling things that's like growing in that putrefying leftover bits of beer and whatever in the bottles and cans. Yeah, there was I could still smell it. It was horrible.
Yeah, well, we do want to give you a chance to have like a proper breakfast, most important meal of the day. So, we'll stop thinking about trash and let's go back into like the turtle mode. Think about those wonderful turtles out in the open water. But if you guys want to see Farron and his excellent work, check out the amazing videos that he captures. He's on Instagram right now. It's _Guam_guy on Instagram. And if you would like to get in contact with him, let him know how you can help out with his wonderful project up at Oka Point to get that place clean, because it's a wonderful resource and we don't need to be messing it up with trash. Email him at diveonguam@gmail.com. Farron, man, we always appreciate the time, man. You're doing fantastic work, and keep up the videos, man, because we're giving you the hearts every time we see him.
All right. Thank you again. Thanks for having me.
All right. Have a great day, man.
All right. Bye.
All right. That's Farron Tyron, our buddy. And now we are going to go to a commercial break. But when we come back, we have got Mayor Jesse Allig. He's not only the mayor of PD, he's also the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. He comes on every Monday with an update on what's going on with the island's municipal leaders, and that is coming up next.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to The Link. Daphne Shimbazu, we did have a comment here. Daph, you're slacking. Normally you have all the answers to the questions. Well, I think she had some big bombs dropped on her over the weekend. Mary Jane Villagomez, RE, the governor's vaccination mandate. What about medical privacy? Rosemary LaGuardia, why hasn't the governor issued any guidelines to agencies pertaining to this recent mandate? To which Chamarita Regis replied, she did through Instagram. Ha 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 ha. We got the smartest listeners. 744. Let's go ahead into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Mayor Jesse Ala. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Hey, are the mayors and their staff covered by this vaccine mandate issued by the governor via executive order late Friday afternoon?
Well, we're waiting to find out if we are. We did ask the question because we we can't really say that we're really under the executive branch. So we're waiting to find out. It was a post. The question was posed to them. So hopefully we'll hear today, and we'll let our staff know.
So you
I
mean
know that not all our staff have received the vaccine. So that'll be important. But I don't know how many. I don't know how many are not vaccinated.
So you mean to tell me that they came out with a huge executive order mandating vaccination for executive branch employees and no one gave you guys a heads up?
Yeah, that's correct. So we had our last Liberation Memorial ceremony on Saturday at Seguin, and that was, our executive director and I, we discussed that, and it was not something that we weren't sure. I wasn't positive, so I can't come out and tell I can't tell the council that they were part of that order. So we're waiting on clarification, and as soon as we get it, we'll,
I don't know. Was it in her Instagram video where she had said that she hoped that other private sector companies and other government agencies would follow her mandate?
She said in her Instagram video that she's hoping that the other two branches of government and the private sector will follow her.
So, Mayor, let me just reverse and ask you a different question. So, if you guys are not included in the governor's vaccine mandate, would you then mandate vaccination for the mayors and their staff and follow the Magahaga's lead?
Well, what's important for me, Chris, are our people's lives and their families, because we've worked the pandemic since the very beginning, and that would definitely be the biggest issue for me, is to make sure that our staff, are healthy and safe, and they all have families, so they end up having to go home. And so for sure, I would encourage the rest of the council to be vaccinated, those that are not. I do know that they all have their various reasons for not getting the vaccine or not wanting to be vaccinated. But the bottom line for us and the Mayor's Council is that we are considered frontliners. We continue to do the work of COVID, and it would be best for everyone to really just be vaccinated so that they're safe.
I did want to. I'm on your website, and you click under About the MCOG. It says that although not a line, department, or agency by name, the Mayor's Council of Guam is an entity of the government of Guam under the executive branch of government. With regards to the day-to-day operations or any event of natural or man-made emergency or disaster operations, collective collaboration and coordination protocols exist between the Mayor's Council of Guam and the executive branch. However, unlike directors, deputy directors, and administrators of the executive branch, the mayors and vice mayors of Guam do not answer to the governor or lieutenant governor of Guam. But that first line I read does say that it's an entity under.
Well, even and whatever the case may be, there's still no. There was no procedure as to how we were going to execute the order, right? Mm-hmm. So if we are covered under it and our employees are not vaccinated, what are the guidelines? How do we, there's no playbook. What do we do, right? Do we just make our own form? What do we do? I mean, it's easy, it's common sense, but I mean, for the entire government of Guam, what's the plan? So as far as I know, we're not a part of the plan, but we're getting clarification. And if we are, then of course, we'll ask for a form that we have to submit or whatever it is that we have to submit to be in compliance with the order.
What type
but as far as I know, and as far as our executive director knows, we haven't heard anything other than what you guys have shared with us.
Mayor, what type of discipline would you consider for those who do not get vaccinated? Because it says in the EO that they'll be subject to disciplinary action.
Well, I mean, if we're governed by the EO, then it would be whatever the governor says. But we don't know.
What does it say?
I mean, would I impose anything on any of our staff? I mean, that's something that I'd have to consider. That's something we'd have to consider as a council. It's not I don't make the decision arbitrarily. But again, we're not sure, and that's the other thing is, so what are the ramifications? What happens if the employee does not comply?
Yeah.
Right. If we are part of that order, then perhaps it's in an email coming or something.
Oh, Mayor Alec, hold on, because I think Bree has the EO up.
It just says that if you don't get the vaccination and you don't comply with the weekly COVID-19 testing, that employees shall be subject to disciplinary procedures, which may include disciplinary action. So,
Are we talking suspension? I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's vague, right? So
nobody
I'm not
knows.
sure.
I don't know. It doesn't say.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. They're coming on to explain the whole thing in a couple minutes. Just kidding. They're not.
So you should know. You should know soon.
When we know, I'll let you know.
I got jokes.
Who do you have to wait and hear from? From the governor's office or from Angel?
Well, yeah, we'll have to hear from the governor's office.
Whether or
because
not
they're
it's
the one-
applicable to the MCOG. Okay.
How many employees are we talking about, Mayor? Because we've got over 80% of our adult population that has been vaccinated, which was the gold standard that we were striving for.
Right.
But now apparently
about
that's not 230 employees. So how many of them have not received the vaccine?
I don't know, Chris. I started the conversation saying I don't know because I know you're gonna ask.
And then you could just ask them that. I mean, it's not like a HIPAA thing.
Well, see, those are the I can't answer that. I don't know what our rights are there. I mean, what is within our authority as employers. So I'd have to find out.
Because we had Daphne on,
But
and
no,
she was like, she was punching up.
Friday, I didn't really know, so and none of us know, so we're just kind of waiting on how we're going to proceed.
Yeah, because when we had Daphne on, she was like, "Oh, let me punch it up," and I guess she had some kind of spreadsheet that showed like who was vaccinated, who wasn't. And public health collates this data, so I'm not even sure. It's just because being in media before the pandemic, HIPAA was like the shield. It was, oh no, HIPAA can't talk about anything, HIPAA, and so I'm not sure what, or if it even applies nowadays. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I remember that. I mean, HIPAA. I don't even know. People don't even know what the acronym stood for. I think sometimes.
Health Information Privacy Protection Act. I want to say.
Wait, what I mean is we just used it, and just because we could use it, right?
Yeah,
so that's.
In fact, they were saying that they couldn't. It's funny because at the beginning of the pandemic, they said that they couldn't tell us what villages people who had COVID were in because of HIPAA. Remember that, Bree? When they said they couldn't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can find out how people are, whether or not they're vaccinated, and that's not a HIPAA concern. Interesting. I mean, guys, I'm fully vaccinated, by the way. I volunteer the info.
I think most of us are, at our council, most of us have volunteered that information because we want to know. I mean, we're always around each other. Right. So, yeah. At least in our offices, right? We all know.
That's why I'm wondering, when you come out with an EO like this, I mean, are there like a ton of executive branch employees who aren't vaccinated, or is it just a few, or was it just like a way for the governor to flex and be in line with her Democratic counterparts in the states? Because we don't know, because she just put it out, didn't tell anybody, with the media and everyone else all day at all these events on Friday, didn't say a word. She's got a great poker face, I guess. And then dropped it, like 5 something, close to 6 o'clock on Friday. Huge. This is huge information. A mandate, a vaccination mandate for executive. It's huge. You don't do that. You don't put that out on a piece of paper. You come and you address the people. I would think anyway.
It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to impact the Guam Department of Education, who's getting ready to reopen
this week.
Yeah, so good luck, John.
Well.
Anyway, I did want to follow up on the whole All Rise act.
I don't have the checks. I haven't signed any checks.
Are you getting? Are the mayors seeing people coming in to get the mayor's verification? I mean,
we've never really stopped. I mean, even when the announcement came that we no longer needed the verifications, residents were still, they were still prudent and gave us a call.
Because no one can believe anything the government says anymore. It's just better to be covered on your end. There's just so much confusion.
All the time. I mean, and for those, I always, I used to complain about everyone making copies and copies and copies of these verifications. It's like, for me, if I don't need to make a copy, I'd rather not, right? But bless their hearts for those people that made all those copies in the past, because they didn't have to come back. They could just use their copies for their application. So sometimes, the old ways are good ways.
Do you know anything about the executive order that's going to streamline the process that's supposed to be coming out? Have you heard anything? Like
Sabrina Matanani. How would I know? I didn't even know. Son of a gun.
I know, but I just figured I'd ask. Maybe, it's a miracle that the Mayor's Council of Guam might know something in public health emergency. I don't know.
Oh, boy. No, I have to be careful. You guys at KOAM, you guys are very creative.
It is what it is. Yeah.
What about COVID differential pay? They're gonna still targeted for Friday?
They paid half last week or 2 weeks ago, and then the other half is supposed to come this coming week. Supposed to come. I don't want to say supposed to come. We'll just cancel that last sentence.
Right. Yeah, I know that Angel was like, it's August 13th, right? But just like it was supposed to be that whatever it was last week, it didn't come out. We all had to wait for, I don't know. And so it didn't come out. They transferred the money, but it wasn't made available until a couple days later. So I guess we just kind of have to wait and see what's going to happen again this time around.
Well, I mean, there's a bright side for at least 14 villages. We all did receive, the 14 of us received our letters of award for the after-school program. Or really the summer school program for next summer. So for those of us that applied for that grant, we received that award letter. We haven't received the money yet, but we received the award letter. So that was coming out of the Lieutenant Governor's office or the Guam State Clearinghouse. So I know I made that announcement on KOM like many moons ago. And so we're at least happy that we're gonna get that. A lot of that money too is, prepares the facilities for the mayors to conduct their programs. So that's a good thing for all of us. The other half of that program, like the after school program, that's coming out of, I guess, another grant or another funding source. So we haven't heard about that yet. But that's a good thing. There's 14, and there was initially, I think, when I reported it out, there were seven villages, but in the end, 14 submitted. So that's a good thing. And of course, we're preparing for the beginning of school, the start of school. So mayors are busy looking after bus shelters and the routes that children take, contrary to what some other people think, that we don't care about these bus shelters and we don't care about the roadways. I mean, these are our children in our villages, and sometimes I think before people open their mouths, they need to talk to us or perhaps even lend a helping hand. So, and we're very fortunate that we have sister squadrons and we have the sister village programs with the Navy and with Anderson, because they've been very helpful. And not only that, we have other nonprofits that help us, and humanitarian organizations that help us with these bus shelters. So regardless of who has direct supervision or jurisdiction over these bus shelters, the mayors always take a lead role in it, and always are interested in making sure that our children are safe. So that's definitely has been on our minds the last couple weeks and coming into this week. Mm-hmm. And of course, that just rolls right into one of our bigger topics of last week, which is keeping the children safe as they walk to the bus stops and the bus shelters, and as they walk to schools. For some of us who have schools within the village proper, so that's on our plate this week.
Right on, Mayor. Well, we appreciate your time this morning. I know you've got a lot to do. Figuring out what you got to do with this EO, with the return to school. So appreciate the time you gave us this morning.
Thank you too. Have a good week.
Right on.
I'll follow up with you later on whether or not this is applicable to MCOG.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Right on. It's 8 o'clock. We're going to take just a super quick break, and we're coming back with the link on KUAM TV next.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Monday. It's 8:01.
I can't believe it's already 8 o'clock. The first 2 hours.
I can't believe it's August 9th already.
Yeah.
Good
I
morning.
can't believe kids are going back to school already.
This week, correct. I can't believe they put out an executive order mandating vaccinations at 6 o'clock on a Friday and didn't tell anyone. That's what I can't believe. I mean, but some people were messaging me over the weekend like, why are you surprised? I'm like, I don't know. Even this is surprising. Even given that we don't hear anything, we don't get the governor on here, we get all our communication through WhatsApp. I mean, even with that, this was still very, very surprising, right? Totally out of the blue. What I think rubbed a lot of people, because we just want to get the info out to the people, so we got to work with what we get here, as a media partners, like they like to say. But, we saw the governor all day. There was a couple media events, and that EO just didn't pop out of nowhere. And so they all knew that this was coming down, but no one said anything, which is sneaky to me. I don't like it. And so we were left with the task of putting out this info, but, it is what it is. Like, you give it to us at midnight, we're going to do our best to put it out. So that was just not really courteous, I thought, especially to the government employees. I mean, it's got to be more accessible. I think they need to start every day down there at Adelup by mingling with like regular people. You know what I mean? Just to kind of get back down to reality that's going on out here. There's too sheltered. There's too many. They just got to get back in touch with reality. I mean, please, Lord God, for the people of Guam. So the governor had mandated the vaccination for executive branch employees, and then she implored the judicial branch and the legislature to follow suit. I think for the legislature, Brie, it would take a vote of the Committee on Rules, I want to say.
Really?
Yeah, which is headed by Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, who, of course, jumps whenever the governor says jump. And the executive director of the legislature is Carlo Branch, who's the former policy director for Adelup. That being said, they're probably already drafting the policy. It's probably done over the weekend. And then the judiciary, we'll see. But I guess there's a lot of different sides to this argument. There's, the side that how do you put out something this huge without telling anybody beforehand?
Well, we all have seen the debate. President Biden is, contemplating it, and more than likely will mandate federal government employees be vaccinated. The Department of Defense, Lloyd Austin, also kind of hinting that this would be coming down for military, right? Wow. But this one just kind of like blindsided. Oh, boom! There you go. There was no heads up that this was actually coming.
And traditionally, I mean, in a perfect world, maybe even less than perfect world, this type of thing would be announced via press conference or a panel or some other type of place where there's an opportunity to say, okay, Governor, that's interesting. Can you please tell us how many people we're talking about that need to get the vaccine, or how are you going to handle this logistically? But they don't even think that far ahead. They just put, I want him to mandate the vaccine. Put it out now. I don't care. Whatever the rules in the reg. I don't care. Put it out. That's not, I'm not even kidding, guys. We had Daphne Shimazu on, and she knows everything. She's like, I don't know how to do this. You know what I mean? So.
The mayor's council doesn't know if it is applies to them.
Right. I mean, Adelup doesn't even know. You would think it would be in the executive order. Like how the process is. I mean, is it a lot of employees, though? I'm wondering. Are there a lot of executive branch employees who haven't got the vaccine? And then this morning, across these line agencies for the executive branch, what's the conversation like? Are you going to get in trouble? You don't have the vaccine? No, why not? You know, are they calling people in? Raise your hand if you are. Get out of here if you ain't.
I thought the most poignant question you asked when we had DAF on was, do staffers, if they for whatever reason, either medical reason, religious reason, attitudinal reason, whatever like that, cannot get the vaccine or do not get the vaccine, do they actually get time away to go get tested every week? And if so, who bears the cost of that?
Yeah.
That's the one thing I'm really thinking about too.
Vaccines are free.
Testings are, at public health
testing,
places.
Yeah.
But what she said, like if you're going to get the vaccine, that's if you're getting vaccinated. It
She
would be
said they
3
get
hours.
leave, if you're getting vaccinated.
But what about if you're getting tested week to week?
I don't know, Jay. It's in the executive order, page 99, never mind. Keep scrolling to the end and keep going. 'cause
Just
it
so
ain't there.
people, because we do have a question. There is free COVID testing August 9th through the 14th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. The old Teadsden Carnival Grounds. This is the rapid testing. So if anybody wants to get tested, we also have the vaccination schedule for the Micronesia Mall. This is the August schedule. August 12th, Thursdays and Saturdays, it looks like. There's also August 11th, 13th. You can see it on the screen. But there's a bunch of dates you can go to. You have to register. tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. That's for the GovGuam employee vaccinations, August 9th through the 10th. August 9th through the 10th. So
Right
that's
on.
today and tomorrow.
Yeah. So if you guys haven't got the vaccine, you don't want to get in trouble, you better go get it, or you're going to be disciplinary action.
It's 11 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And again, exactly what disciplinary action that is remains to be seen, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, come on. That's not. I don't even think it's enforceable.
Okay. What is?
I don't think it's enforceable.
what
you
is-
know, GovGuam, you can't even fire anybody without going through a civil service commission for 10 years. of
What is the
hearings.
least that can happen, and what is the worst that could happen?
I don't know, Jay.
We
Why don't
don't
you get the
know.
governor on here and ask her?
Okay, basically, it won't result in termination, right? Because if you say disciplinary action, to me, that just means something's going on your record, but you'll still be
It's
employed.
going to go on your permanent record.
But you'll still be employed.
I don't know. We don't know, Jay. We don't know. Termination is a disciplinary action, though. It's like the mother of all disciplinary actions.
We need to bring hee-haw back for this kind of thing.
Hee-haw!
Whenever,
No,
instead of
this
just-
is a little more serious,
Yeah,
Jay.
no,
because
yeah,
it's,
instead of just
it's
saying we don't know,
egregious. I mean, it's terrible.
I've heard the phrase I don't know or we don't know about 40
Right,
times
yeah.
today.
Or, just say details forthcoming, maybe. I don't know. But that wasn't the only, late in the afternoon drop. Friday, she dropped the EO, and then Saturday around 9 o'clock, she did it for the gram. She put a video up, and it was basically kind of saying, hey, guys, let's get under control here. Let's do what we got to do. Go out and get vaccinated and all that good stuff. So GDOE is covered under the governor's mandate.
Maybe GFT, when they come on, they could kind of break it down for us.
Yeah, we're
too.
getting Guam
Yeah.
Federation of Teachers. And again, we're not like super wackos or anything. I mean, we're all vaccinated in this room. I just feel like, on a personal note, I feel for people who don't want to take it. And it's a slippery slope for me when you start mandating. And I get it, Jay. I get so we're kind of divided in here on this. Because Jay thinks that we should mandate even in the private sector, right?
I do.
Yeah.
And I'm very much in favor of my friends' companies, like our company, just mandating across the board. I mean, and again, this is where my own mindset tends to be. very rigid, but also very, very naive. Because, like I work in software. When software, you're either on or you're off, a 0 or 1, up or down. It's as simple as that. Solve the damn problem. But again, in the real world, especially in the public sector, it's rarely that easy. So.
Yeah. It's 8:09. Want to do the news?
Sure.
Let's do the news. Okay. Let's do the news. Brought to you by Pacific Points. At 8:10.
With oomph.
With a little. Let's put a little pyong in there. No, there's a lot of pyong already. With the very latest from the KUAM news team for 8 o'clock news, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. Late Friday, Governor Lulian Guerrero issued an executive order mandating that all Government of Guam employees in the executive branch be vaccinated by no later than September 24th. For employees who decline vaccination, they will be required to take a weekly COVID-19 test. Now, just before Saturday night, the governor posted on her Instagram a statement regarding her new mandate.
Last week, we achieved Operation Liberate Guam, a milestone in our aggressive vaccination campaign to achieve 80% herd immunity of our adult population. While this is remarkable, we cannot and will not stop there. Tens of thousands of Guam residents are still unvaccinated. Last week, we achieved Operation Liberate Guam, a milestone in our aggressive vaccination campaign to achieve 80% herd immunity of our adult population. While this is remarkable, we cannot and will not stop there. Tens of thousands of Guam residents are still unvaccinated, many simply because they are not of age to receive the vaccine, others because of vaccine hesitancy or misinformation. As science has proven, the COVID-19 vaccine is safe and effective at preventing severe illness, hospitalization, and death. That is why I continue to call on our community. If you are eligible for the vaccine, please get your shots. Protect yourself, protect the ones you love, protect our community. The Delta variant and its mutations remain a real and imminent threat to our island, and the COVID-19 vaccine has proven to be our greatest defense. In recent days, we've seen an increase in the number of positive cases. We also recorded our highest CAR score since the start of this year. Based on the information provided by Public Health, we are experiencing an increase in COVID-19 transmission throughout our community, especially among our unvaccinated. Fortunately, our data also shows that the vaccine works, evidenced by our low COVID-19 hospital admissions. At the time of this recording, there are 6 hospital admissions between the Guam Memorial Hospital and the Guam Regional Medical City. Of the 6 admissions, 5 of these patients are not fully vaccinated. The vaccine success is not to be defined by preventing infection, but is demonstrated through low hospitalizations and the decrease of the severity of the illness. For this reason, I have mandated that all Government of Guam workers in the executive branch get fully vaccinated no later than Friday, September 24th, 2021. As the largest employer on the island, we must lead by example, and I ask my sister branches of government and the private sector to follow suit. What our data also tells us is that we must go back to basics. Wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distance. Since the start of the pandemic, I instituted a mask mandate. While I have slowly relaxed restrictions upon achieving our vaccination milestones, I have never backed down on mask wearing. In line with going back to basics, my team, led by Public Health, will increase community testing. As we've done in the past, we know how to contain the virus. To do this, we must test, track, and treat. Symptomatic or not, all are welcome to get tested and know your status. Again, testing is free. We have also increased vaccination clinics and offer all 3 vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, and they are all free. I want to be very clear. COVID remains on our island. As we relax restrictions, we will see an increase in our positive cases. To slow the spread and prevent serious illness, hospitalization, and death, you must get vaccinated. This is how we can secure a safer community and return to some sense of normalcy. In addition, I continue to mandate wearing masks indoors and outdoors, regardless if you are vaccinated. I want to thank the nearly 104,000 residents who've rolled up their sleeve and got their shots and received the protection the vaccine provides. Should our situation escalate, I will not hesitate to reinstate restrictions to continue protecting our island. Do your part, wear your mask, wash your hands, watch your distance, and get vaccinated. Vaccinated.
Meanwhile, the Joint Information Center does not release numbers on weekends, but on Friday night, Guam's COVID area risk score jumped to 5.4. This after 21 new COVID-19 cases were identified out of 516 samples that were taken on Thursday. 3 cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. As you heard from the governor, there are 6 hospitalizations. To date, there have been a total of 8,673 officially reported cases of COVID-19. An additional firefighter with the Guam Fire Department has tested positive for COVID. According to a GFD release, the latest case was identified Sunday morning when firefighters who were exposed to a pair of positive firefighters last week were tested. The remaining personnel at the Stumbo Fire have been placed on cohort pending testing and results. Thorough decontamination was performed throughout the northern station. Acting spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff confirms that the firefighter was fully vaccinated. To date, a total of 22 GFD personnel have tested positive since March of last year. Meanwhile, the JIC reported that 2 GDOE employees also tested positive for the virus. One is an employee at Teason Central Office, and the other is employed at JFK High School. With more news now, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on the link. The executive order to streamline all RISE payments will be released soon. The governor says it will provide instructions to Revenue Tax to help expedite processing of applications by September 1st, but otherwise it will not lift the $30 million cap or extend the deadline. The governor adds that she's moving now only after getting direct reassurances from Deputy Treasury Secretary, who she met in her just completed trip to D.C., that ARP funds could be used for the All RISE program.
I asked him about our program, the RISE program, and that I wanted to quickly help our people and to be able to use those monies for that program. And he actually said that if the program is consistent with the law and is consistent with the interim rules, then we discussed it, and we persuaded him to sort of come our way. So.
Speaking of the ARP funds, the governor says she will not be sharing her spending plan with the legislature ahead of their budget discussions that will get underway soon. She says senators need to stick to projected general fund revenues in crafting their budget. She also cautions them not to try and incorporate ARP funds into their spending plan.
The ARP money is not part of the general funds, and what they need to do is to just go ahead with what they feel is their priorities and what they feel is the funding that's needed to effectuate those priorities.
Would you caution the senators then not to try to incorporate ARP funding into the budget, and would you veto a budget if they did?
They cannot appropriate ARP. There's been court decisions. Federal monies that are appropriated by the federal Congress directly to the states are not part of the authority of legislators.
Speaker Therese Salahi had invited the governor to the legislature next week to outline her spending plan, but she declined. Meanwhile, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is expected to hold a news conference next week to announce more details about her trip to the nation's capital and the many meetings she had with federal officials. Meanwhile, late Friday afternoon, senators discussed and quickly passed a pair of bills to amend the All Rise Act. One of the measures was introduced by Senator Jim Moylan to extend the deadline and increase the payments from $800 to $1,000 for individuals and from $1,600 to $2,000 for couples.
Another important change that you'll see in the substitute version is there is no cap. We should pay out all the qualified applicants. The governor has referred to the restrictions on the amount of money to be paid out by referring back to the original RISE Act, Public Law 135-36. So simply change it. Since the governor has yet to do so, this is why this no cap was included in the substitute version.
Despite passing the bill, several senators acknowledged that it is still solely up to the governor to make the payments, as she has the ultimate control over the federal American Rescue Plan funding. The flagship of the United
States that the government or this program would run out of money, and if they did not get there first, it was first come, first serve. And then you're out of luck. It was really, I don't know, I felt like a desperate situation. Like, already they're in need, and we were making them desperate to line up, desperate to get there first, and desperate almost to clamor over each other. I mean, I hope we never do that again.
The flagship of the United Kingdom's Royal Navy is here. The aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth came into port at the Naval Station Guam. It's here along with its carrier strike group as part of a series of multinational training exercises that began in May. The ship is captained by Steve Morehouse.
This is a hugely important visit for us. HMS Queen Elizabeth's first operational deployment. A big focus of that is working here in the Pacific with partners and allies. And what better way to do than to come to Guam, really demonstrate our global footprint.
You mentioned earlier that there will be a permanent Royal Navy presence in the Indo-Pacific area. Can you explain?
Yes, so one of the outcomes of a recent defence and security review in the United Kingdom was that we were going to base 2 warships in the region on a permanent basis. So they'll sail from the United Kingdom later this year and make their way out here.
Morehouse says the move is an indication of the ever-growing importance of the Indo-Pacific to global peace and prosperity.
From trade and commerce, you look at how economies in this region are growing. We all want to be here. We all want to be participating in that. But it's really important that there is rules and structures that we can all abide by, such that that commerce can take place unhindered. And I think that's a really important thing. So a key element of this deployment is working with those like-minded nations, just to make sure that we're all on the same page, and we're all there to uphold international rules and laws.
While here, the crew of the various ships in the strike group will come ashore for liberty. In a news conference, Morehouse assures that those going ashore will have passed all COVID protocols. He says early media reports about infections aboard ship occurred many weeks earlier in different waters. The Guam Environmental Protection Agency says they were shocked when they received the complaints about the flooding in the Marble Cave area because based on meetings and discussions from the solar farm contractor over the years, they were fully aware of what they were supposed to do to prevent runoff and erosion in the area. During Thursday's Guam EPA board meeting, Chief Engineer and Water Division Director Brian Burden says even as far back as March and June of last year, Samsung had asked for copies of previous NOVs issued to other companies.
I don't know what to make of that. I think that regardless of what reason they had asked to see the copies of those notices of violation, I think it's clear evidence that they knew that what they were supposed to do.
Also, during last night's meeting, Burden and Guam EPA Administrator Walter Leon Guerrero responded to criticisms that the agency appeared to have dropped the ball in monitoring the solar farm project. Both discussed the severe shortage in manpower and the difficulty to fill vacancies. The administrator said that when they recently put out a job announcement, only one person applied.
I'd really like to make sure that folks understand that our staff work very hard. They do not sit around on their butts doing nothing.
When people say that we're not doing our due diligence, I got to tell them you're wrong. I mean, maybe you don't know what we're doing, but we are trying. And I don't understand why an entry-level position you get one application. So, and I'll leave it at that.
The new school year kicked off Friday morning for the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. Here's more. The Academy of Our Lady of Guam, a college preparatory Catholic high school, welcomed 329 students to their campus Friday. The enrollment is slightly less than last school year, where there were a total of 343 students. This school year, Principal Iris Gaza said that the home of the Cougars will only have one model of learning, which is in-person instruction.
We recognize the difficulties that last year had, that we were faced with, specifically with students and learning online. A lot of them, it didn't really meet their needs in terms of getting the education that they needed. So we recognize that with the new situation that we're in now, we have the ability to bring our students back on campus. We're still following all of our safety protocols, wearing masks, using safe distance that's prescribed by the public health and the CDC, but we're still trying to be back to some semblance of what it used to be like, but still moving forward.
Gaza continues with other COVID-19 mitigation measures.
The students are advised to ensure they take their temperatures before they leave home so that they don't get sent home when they get here. Their temperatures are taken before entering any of our buildings. You saw our scanner over there. That's only one of the many scanners that we use. We also have manual scanners that all of our faculty and staff have. We do have an isolation room available for students who are feeling any type of COVID symptoms. That includes the fever, the sore throat, the coughing. We have a health counselor who's been trained to actually provide or to do on-site COVID testing.
Other protocols enforced are the 3-foot distancing, which is a part of the guidelines from the CDC, plexiglass shields in the cafeteria, sanitization of all desks before and after each use, and assignments are submitted via online educational platforms. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And let's head into the Zoom room now with your work week weather forecast. We are joined now from the National Weather Service with Brandon Idolette. Good morning, Brandon. Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? I think we now have our sound.
We're doing all right. Well, nice and sunny outside.
Yes, that's right. It's a big comparison, a big difference from last week where we had all these heavy, thick clouds, heavy rains across the area. We were issuing flood advisories. But this week is looking a lot quieter. We're back to a standard trade wind flow. And right now we only have a few showers and thunderstorms across the region. So let me switch my camera around and I'll just show you a little bit of what we're seeing on our computers here at the office. And right now, so where you see the greens and yellows, that's some heavier showers that are just kind of pushing through. Nothing substantial, but there are a couple indicators of lightning out to the east of the islands. And so that's going to be the thing that we'll be watching out for the next, at least through tonight, and then again later on in the week. And as we widen out to a satellite picture, not much to see across the Marianas. So here's the Marianas right here in the center of your screen, and just a broad trade wind flow out into the central Pacific. Now to the northwest of Palau and Yap, we are watching a circulation that brought them quite a few heavier showers the past 2 to 3 days. And we've seen about anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of rain across portions of those areas. But that circulation is steadily moving off to the northwest, and we'll be seeing decreasing effects for Western Micronesia. However, farther to the east, we're looking at Majuro right here, and we have the international date line. We're watching a couple of clusters of thunderstorms out in the far east on the other side of the date line. And actually the Central Pacific Hurricane Center is watching one of these circulations. They've got a low probability of some development in the next 5 days. Now, we are watching the same computer models that they are. And so there looks to be a little bit of a chance for some slow development, at least in the coming days. But the system is generally expected to pass to the north of Majuro, to the north of the Marshall Islands, staying kind of in the broad open ocean between the Northern Marshalls and Wake Island. And then probably by middle of late this week, models don't do much with it. They ultimately kind of weaken it, bring it down into an open trough. But we're going to be watching that nonetheless. because anything that could bring a change in conditions, we are always going to be watching very closely. So with that said, let's switch over to the slides and let's talk about the week ahead for the Marianas. And let me switch, make sure I am watching what everybody is watching at home. Let me turn off this computer, or this light real quick. There we go. Reduce that glare. So for this week, headlines. We do have isolated showers and thunderstorms that we'll be keeping an eye out for the week. Nothing substantial as what we saw last week, where we saw heavy showers lasting for hours on end, but just more of a trade wind variety. These things will develop, move on, and then move out. We're looking at easterly trade winds throughout the week with benign seas and moderate surf along eastern reefs. So the big trends for this week is down, down, down. The seas will be coming down, the ocean swell will be coming down, and surf will be coming down. Across Micronesia, we are looking at that circulation well east of the Marshall Islands. On the other side of the date line, we're going to be keeping a close track on that. And if anything does look to be threatening any of the islands in the Marshalls, we will definitely be bringing that into the front of our attention. And of course, that circulation to the northwest of Palau is steadily moving away. Currently, there are no watches, warnings, no advisories, nothing to be concerned about. And as we go to the next slide, to the big view, we're still watching several tropical cyclones up near Japan. We've been tracking the big monsoon trough for the past 3 weeks or so, 3 to 4 weeks now. And so I think probably Tropical Storm 13 and 14, Lupit and Mirene, they were around last Monday perhaps, or just developed after last Monday's broadcast. There is another NVEST that we're watching. That was a tropical cyclone formation alert just yesterday, but it is now starting to weaken and not looking that impressive right now. So the Joint Typhoon Warning Center may eventually drop that one as any concern for development. But the big thing to keep in mind is this is all well to the northwest of the Marianas. Marianas is deep entrenched in the easterly trade wind flow. Now you see these little blue L's. These blue L's are indicative of upper level lows. And these upper level lows that will be passing across the area, they're situated around 30,000 feet, 30 to 35,000 feet. And they're providing a little bit of lift that could help trigger those thunderstorms that you will see in the forecast shortly. And we'll go to the next slide and kind of give you just a very basic course in tropical meteorology. This is a meteorology degree is about 4 years of college. And this is probably going to wrap up the first 2 years into one slide. Where you have, I'm kidding about that, but this is a very important notion. For thunderstorms to develop, you've got to have low-level air converging into a region. That convergent air will cause air to rise. You get cloud development, showers, and then thunderstorms. And then once you hit the top of the tropopause, that is the part of the atmosphere where all weather happens, it will spread out. That's the divergence. And once you get this type of motion, that is favorable for showers and thunderstorms. Now, we are not looking at any disturbances particular that will be causing showers and thunderstorms, but those upper level lows can help generate that uplift, and that's what we're seeing as the potential for the sparking of thunderstorms. So we're going to be watching that for the next couple of days. So again, we're looking at the isolated thunderstorms today and tonight, a little bit calmer tomorrow, and then back again on Wednesday as another upper level approaches the area. So let's go to the next slide. Let's look at the week ahead, all the weather forecast. And of course, you will note easterly winds across the entire week. We're going to be a little bit windier today with east winds of 15 to 20 miles per hour. There will be slacking off just a little bit to between 10 and 15 miles per hour tonight into midweek. And then by late week, Wednesday night into Thursday, those winds are going to come down even further. How are the sea conditions? Currently today, we're seeing combined seas of 3 to 5 feet with an east swell as a dominant swell of 3 to 4 feet. Those west-northwest swells that we saw from the monsoon last week, those have come down all week, and they've just pretty much disappeared. So if you're having any water activities on the west side of the islands, it's going to be fairly nice out there. East swell, 3 to 4 feet with open water winds about 10 to 15 knots. And then as we head into Tuesday night and into late week, the trend will be down. with winds, seas, and surf all falling. And then for the latest information on your surf, we have a minus tide, a low tide this afternoon, a little bit after 2 o'clock. And then the next high tide, 2.5 feet after 9 p.m. So that is about all I've got for you. We'll go to the last slide. So you can stay up to date with all of the latest forecasts. Find us at weather.gov/GUM, G-U-M, not Guam, G-U-M. So all the Weather Service offices have just 3-letter identifiers, and we have the G-U-M because we want you to stick with us. You can also find us on Facebook.com under NWS Guam. So as always, if you got any questions, feel free to send us a message on Facebook. We will be quick to respond to you, and we love to answer your questions. And with that, that's all I've got for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Brandon.
Thank you.
All
Have
right.
a great day.
You too. And we're going to keep our newscast going and head right back into the Zoom room where we are going to check in with the director of the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Therese Areola. Good morning, Therese.
Sorry.
There you go. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, so much is going. Yeah, so much is going on in our community, and so much anticipated on the horizon with PUA payments expiring. People are still without jobs. The COVID numbers are rising. How is the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center preparing for, I guess you could say, a surge of people, experiencing anxiety? Is that something that you guys are looking at?
Well, I can just say that the department is very concerned about the high surge, but it was anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
We knew human behavior. Once you relax things, there's also going to be more spreading because more of us are in enclosed areas without social distancing. The hope, I'm sure, I know that the governor was hoping, is that everyone was going to continue to do their part despite the opening. So even though restaurants and activities are at 100%, it was our hope that everyone will still continue to do their part. Whatever is happening, and I see it myself in the community. I go to stores, I go to restaurants, I go to gas stations. I'm very concerned that some businesses have taken the relaxing of allowing more people in to the relaxing of the preventive measures.
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm walking into business establishments who are no longer filling up the alcohol or the hand sanitation. I'm walking into certain businesses who are not, their temperature check is turned on. And because I'm part of the healthcare team, I'm very vocal about things. I when I stick my hand in and nothing comes out of a sprayer, I alert, hey, this is empty. Can you fill it up? Or where do I sign in? And then all of a sudden they open up the book. So we or the notebook for contact tracing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a bit concerned that some businesses are starting to figure the word relax and they're relaxing on the preventive measures. But that's really not the case. Everybody's expected to continue to do what they need to do. The only difference is that the number of people allowed is relaxed. So the department is already, it's not that we're going to get more. We have been busy. I can just say, just looking at the hotline numbers that was provided to me, the average number of calls in June was 823 calls in June. And so that is high. April was 620, May was 723, June is like tracking 820, was tracked at 823. So April, May, June was an increase. I don't have the July numbers, but my guess is, it'd be the same. And why? It's the same thing that we're going through. People are calling in for anxiety, depression, just information, concerns. We're not, I think we're going to continue to see the trend. If the question is, are we anticipating more calls or more business, if you will, in my department? We are busy, and I think it's just going to continue to trend. Now, with the double digits and lately, which is early August, I believe it's just going to be the same. You're going to see more people calling. I think we're going to average about 800. That's a high. But we're bracing ourselves for the continuous high level of numbers that we're already experiencing. But more importantly, we're bracing ourselves for what's going to happen when school starts. As you know, Guam Behavioral Health has a Children and Adolescents Division. And as school begins and more children become face-to-face, then a lot of things physically are recognized. Teachers and counselors will see things, and it is a natural thing that more referrals to CPS and to Guam Behavioral Health will happen. So we are bracing ourselves for the opening of the school year. However, the department has been very proactive. We wrote a grant to the governor's grant program, and your call to come on, Chris, is so timely, because just Friday, I received the award notification that Guam Behavioral Health will receive $1.3 million to stand up the School Safe Guam mobile app. And that is something that I heard about in one of my first national conferences that several states are doing, and particularly Utah was very successful in implementing this Safe School app. And so we are really excited that it's so timely, and that the administration saw the application and the importance of applying something like this.
When is the
Safe School app is something where kids will be able to anonymously report suicide ideation, will anonymously report fighting, bullying. As you know, kids know everything. They know what's going on in their school. They know what's going on with their classmates, but they do not want to be a target, so they don't speak up. But we're looking forward to implementing the Safe School app, and I just want to thank the governor and lieutenant governor for having the faith in Guam Behavioral Health to implement this in conjunction with in partnership with DOE and the school and the 30,000 students in their school system.
Well, that's wonderful news. When are you guys hoping to have that app ready to go?
Well, we got the notification, like I said, Friday, and we're going to look into immediately. I believe the money will be available as soon as possible. I'm just waiting to sign the agreement, which is going to happen this week, because it is a grant, and so I have some requirements through the state clearinghouse that I need to do some reporting to, like all grants do, to make sure that we're in compliance. And so we're looking at starting it immediately, and I just think it's very timely. And especially because suicide ideation among kids, there's an adjustment period, right? So as the kids are concerned and of not seeing their classmates and having to have that adjustment issues, there's also a rollout of adjustments the other way. So it's not only that they're going to be in school face-to-face, but some kids, some of their friends may not opt to go face to face. And so there's that longing still of some kids not being able to see their friends. And even if they're in school, they have to adjust on how are they going to communicate and hang out, if you will, safely. So, you know, and those things could be frustrating. And so kids may get anxious and upset about those things as well. So, you know, there's an adjustment backwards and there's an adjustment forwards. We all have to just take things one step at a time, slowly but surely, and really just count our blessings in the end. You mentioned PUA. I know that one of the news is, you know, doing a countdown, right? The newspapers are doing countdowns, and there's a lot of requirements regarding PUA. And so, but, you know, all I can say is that Guam Behavioral Health is here. We have a crisis hotline. If you're feeling anxious about PUA ending, if you're feeling anxious about your family's financial condition or stability at the time because PUA is ending, or, you know, in the end, we're just here to serve anybody who wants to talk about any type of anxiety, whatever the cause of that anxiety may be, whether it's PUA or back to school or anything else, or working hard to find a job and maybe the industry is not open yet, and that anxiety. We're here to talk you through. There are safe ways to manage your anxiety and your depression. And if there's anything I can say to the people of Guam is that you're not alone. You're a phone call away, and it's 647-8833.
And that's why we wanted to get you on, Therese, because, you know, we often hear about the Guam Memorial Hospital, the hospitalizations, they're low. But with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, it's a completely different story with regard to the number of call-ins, the number of people that need help. And I just don't want anybody to forget, you know, there is another impact, and it's the mental health impact of what the pandemic has done to our people. So thank you guys and everybody over there at the Crisis Hotline.
Thank you very much. I mean, I can't do this without the help of our media partners. So I really want to thank you and Chris for always reaching out and staying close to the department. We are, again, here to help anybody who's going through whatever anxiety and depression they may be going through. And so a lot of the calls that come through, some of them just need an immediate somebody to talk to and they're okay. And a lot of them go through more intensive screening and actually become a consumer of ours. And all I can say is we're busy, but it's okay, because busy at the department means that more people are getting help. And so let that be my problem, to get more service providers. I think that's a good problem, honestly. I see that more of a challenge than anything.
Right. Teresa, I wanted to just close by asking about the vaccination mandate that came out by executive order Friday. Do you have offhand a number of employees that under your watch that haven't got it? And then what's your process moving forward?
Okay, thank you. I figured that would be something that we talk about this morning. We are at 283 staff, and about 52 of them are not vaccinated, and for various reasons. Some of them have medical conditions that we will not be forcing. But I personally am I'm constantly talking to staff and constantly meeting with managers. I have a meeting at 9:30 this morning with my managers about talking to their staff. We need to set the example as a healthcare agency, because I consider myself equal and part to the hospital and public health. We need to set the example. And whatever issues that people may be reluctant to receiving the vaccine, I need to make them comfortable enough to receive the vaccine. Now, what people forget, and I think it was reminded when the governor put out her video, is that government of Guam is the largest employer of the island. And so as an employer, we need to do what we need to do to make the people of Guam safe. And so I just want everyone to know that I will be meeting with the managers, and I will be talking to those employees who are not vaccinated. And Guam Behavioral Health actually is a vaccine hub. We are a vaccine hub for our consumers. So every Thursday, if you're a consumer of ours, you and your family are more than welcome to call our pharmacist and make an appointment and get a slot. But every Thursday, we vaccine our consumers, our staff, our families, our service providers, whoever is connected with us. We're trying to take away the strain from the other clinics, vaccine clinics. So it's going to be very easy for our 52 or less than 52, because there's some medical reasons that they can't be vaccinated, to be vaccinated. All they need to do is go to the second floor and get their shot. Now, employers having a mandate is not unusual. So I don't think we should think too much about it. If many employers is doing what they need to do to ensure that their staff is vaccinated so business can continue. And I think that's really what this mandate's about, doing what we need to do so our business can continue. If the last thing I need is for my staff to be quarantined because somebody in my staff is ill and has exposed other service providers. Because what does that mean? That means then our consumers, the general public, the people of Guam, will not be served. So there's various reasons why I fully support it. And so we're opening our Thursday vaccine to our staff. And so I'm fully supportive of employers making the right choice and making sure that their business continues properly and safely.
Teresa's last question again. What disciplinary action would you consider for those people who are eligible to take the vaccine but just won't?
Well, we're going to have to go through that, right? I'm still reading into what exactly those procedures are. But really, if you're an employee of an agency or a business, for example, if KUAM mandated it, you have choices every day. I have a choice every day to either do what my employer asks me to do or not. So I'm very confident. I don't even know if I have to go to that disciplinary. I think there are reasons why people are apprehensive, and I think if there's just more conversation and education, that I don't believe that we're going to have to go through that disciplinary side. I'm just confident, in light of a lot of things, in light of people, not a lot of jobs out there, in light of, everyone has to decide, do I get a shot because I'm scared? But what are you scared about? There's no data that people have died from a vaccine, but there's data that people have died without it. So I believe it's just a little bit more education and maybe personal education.
Man, Teresa, I got to correct you there, because a couple weeks ago we did have someone who was fully vaccinated die on Guam of COVID. It was an elderly lady. I mean, she didn't die from the vaccine.
That has died, but that person had a comorbidity.
Right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, in that respect, I stand corrected. But the realities is that people in the hospital who are gravely ill are those that are not vaccinated. And so, the data is the data. And if we're going to be an informed community, we need to follow the data, right? And so, again, the question you asked me was, what kind of disciplinary measures will I take? Yeah. And I'm not, I'll do what I need to do, but I'm confident that my staff will also do what they need to do. And with a little bit more education and compassion, we're going to be able to get those who can. Again, there's some who are medically cannot, and their doctors themselves are signing off that they should not receive the vaccine. Those people, of course, will be excused, of course. But if you're a healthy, able, young individual that just has concerns, and that's the reason why you're not getting vaccinated, then we're going to work through those concerns and convince you.
Thank you, Therese.
Yes.
Thanks, Therese.
Thank you so much. Be safe, everybody.
You too. You too.
God bless.
Thank
you.
And again, the number for the crisis intervention hotline is 647-8833, 647-8833. And we're going to continue on in the Zoom room where we're going to bring in representatives from the Guam Federation of Teachers. Please welcome Tim Fidenko,
the president of the GFT, and then we also have the field rep Robert Koss. Robert, who you joined thereby?
What was that, Chris?
Who's with you, Robert? I'm sorry.
Oh, let me introduce Joni LaVille. She's our new field rep here at the GFT. And
Good morning,
a big asset to our team. So looking forward to the opportunity to shine a light on her today.
Right on. Tim, thanks for joining us as well.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
So let's just get right into it then. Are there any concerns, issues that the Guam Federation of Teachers has with this executive order vaccine mandate that was released by the governor late Friday afternoon?
Well, yeah, well, I don't know. It's a tough one, Chris. It really is. I mean, I believe people should be able to form their, I believe people should be able to do take a vaccination if they want. If they don't, it shouldn't be forced upon you. I don't like it when government forces people to do things to their body that they don't want, right? That's a scary situation, society, so to speak, what's next, all those conspiracies. But that being said, I'm fully vaccinated. I think I'm not worried about the vaccine. I think the vaccine is helping us prevent more deaths. And, as a teacher, kids are now getting the vaccine, and teachers always love their children so much and care so much for them. Getting vaccinated will protect them. So it's a very tough situation. I mean, we have to take a TB test every year. I mean, just see if we have tuberculosis. And yet the students don't take the TB test every year to see if they have tuberculosis, and tuberculosis spreads. I mean, so the idea is to get everyone safe, but I don't know if it's working. I mean, we're going to mandate everybody, government employee, take the vaccine, but yet we allow the airports open for everyone to come in. I mean, if Guam's hit the 80% and we wear our masks, we're not like the States, we're not protesting wearing our masks and things like that. We're doing everything we can. I don't necessarily see how this is really going to change anything. Most of the firemen I've talked to said 80% of those guys are vaxxed already. A couple that I did, teachers, I have talked to some that don't want to get it. And what is the real question is possibly, what if we do lay off all these firemen, or furlough or fire or take dispositive action against policemen, firemen, DOC guards, and we're down to 50% of the workforce in there? Then are we creating a more dangerous society by trying to make a healthier, safer society, right? So these are, I'm not the governor, and I don't plan to be, but these are tough decisions, right? You know, very hard things to do. And I think when you force people to do things, they have pushback, right? I'm not going to do it. It's my right.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, we've tried
that
everything,
kind of
Tim. I mean,
mentality.
we give away $10,000 in a brand new car. You know what I mean? We
well,
incentivized the herd immunity, and we told the island of Guam that if we got the herd immunity, then we would enjoy less restrictions, and that's exactly what we
and we
did.
did it.
But now we're going to be enjoying fewer restrictions. But I wanted to ask, because with GDOE specifically, right, we got the word from the superintendent that we're talking about maybe 1,000 employees who have not received the vaccine.
Yeah.
And it kind of sounds like you're pretty conflicted, Tim, personally, but is there an official stance with GFT, or is it going to be case by case? Have you heard from any members over the weekend?
We have heard from some members over the weekend when we were doing the TB testing at the office. And one of them said that they will probably no longer teach if they're forced to get the vaccine, because they are deathly afraid of affecting an elderly person that they live with. We're short teachers, and we could have a mass shortage if more people feel that way. And there were quite a few people at that person's school who were not vaxxed and definitely against it, and asked my stance on it. And my stance is people should be willing to get vaccinated, but not forced to get vaccinated, right? I mean, the encouragement on polio vaccine back in the day didn't have herd immunity because everyone did it. And guess what? Polio's gone, right? I mean, I see the apprehension because it's emergency certified, but from the news, it sounds like in a few weeks it will be certified by FDA as a fine and healthy vax. But people are apprehensive, you know, and everyone has a different situation. And if you have a doctor's excuse, they can't make you get it, right? Cancer survivors, those kind of people may not be being vaccinated for that reason. Do they deserve to lose their job? Absolutely not.
Robert, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we've heard quite a bit, actually, probably more feedback on this issue from the membership than anything else that's ever come forward. I've literally just blown up my phone day and night. You know, some of the things that we have heard is the concern that the vaccines have not been approved. And there's only an emergency authorization by the FDA. I went to the FDA website to verify that, and it's true, they have not approved it. They admit they're under tremendous pressure from the government to approve the vaccine, but they also stated they wouldn't compromise the integrity of their work, and that they would, you know, approve it when the time comes. They did not offer any date for when that approval may come. And yet we hear politicians saying any day now the FDA is going to approve it. Well, I don't know how much pressure they can put on the FDA, but that's kind of contrary to their website, where they're saying we'll approve it when it passes the test. And then I understand that there was the control group used in the experiments by the FDA, or whoever conducts the experiments, was notified that they were given placebo. Some of them went out and got the vaccine, and that kind of messed up the testing process for them. And so they've got their own issues on their side to deal with. And so what we have is a government mandate to put an experimental drug into your body. Okay, so this is where we start getting a little concerned. Lots and lots of different feedback and feelings about that, but as you know, many of us don't trust our government. And so we try to use logic and say, well, let's follow the medicine and the science and not the politics. When we do that, I talk to our nurses, every one of them, 100% advocates for the taking and the use of the vaccine. No question about it on their side. On the other side, we've got many, many employees who are concerned about using an experimental drug that has not been approved. and whether the government is properly authorized to force us to be lab rats and inject the experimental drugs into our bodies. We've heard about heart disease and aneurysms and things like that associated with it, but we don't know yet. Where was the one about the lab rats? We should not be forced until it's approved. What was the one before that? Okay, well, some have inquired about, I see religious exemptions. That's one that we haven't raised yet. I think the government might have got their cart in front of their horse. Also, this business of giving a $10,000 prize or a new car, even discussions about paying people to take it. For a lot of people, that seems like too much. Why is there so much motivation? And what is the long-term impact? If they can now force us to take experimental drugs, can they force us to install nanobots in the future?
Wait a second here, Robert.
What about, the executive order also says, though, that if you don't get the vaccine, you will be required then to test for COVID every week. And if you don't get the vaccine, you don't take the test, then you'll be subject to disciplinary procedures, which includes disciplinary action. May include.
Disciplinary action in the government in Guam is progressive. It's adverse action. It's suspension, demotion, or dismissal. So what they're saying now is coercion. We'll do everything within our power to force you to do it, including fire you from your job if you don't. So that's pretty convincing. We have a number of employees who said, I won't work for the government of Guam. Let them fire me, but I'm not going to take the test. We got others who said, it looks like we don't have any choice. We're being forced to do it. We're being forced to do something that's coercion. Generally, we try to shy away from coercion. We frown on coercion. We overturn cases where coercion is a factor. So, these are all things that suggest that maybe what's happening isn't really, maybe a little bit of a strong arm, that probably not the way to go. Let's see. You want to hear from employees? I wrote down from my chat group some of the, without trying to be too repetitive, but most feel they should not be forced to take the vaccine. They should be asked their permission. Help me with it. Jody, you want to read the next one?
Okay. Will the government give them leave to get the vaccine? If it's an employer requirement, then they should give them leave.
Okay, let's stop there. I just saw the announcement from Public Health, and they have a morning session on Mondays and an afternoon session on Fridays up in the north. But it all wraps up by 5 o'clock. So if you're working 8 to 5 Gov Guam, I think the question is, will my employer allow me leave to go take the test? And we don't know. Some might not. Some might give you administrative leave or excuse you without charge to leave. Others might require you to go take sick leave while you get your test. I don't know. We hope that the government will accommodate them. Next one was retirement or suspension due to. Oh, okay. Yeah, the GPD is a good example. An agency and maybe DOE as well, where if there are large losses of personnel or even small losses of personnel, these agencies may not be able to handle it. I know GPD is a critical staffing pattern, and to lose employees because they didn't get tested might not be an option for them. Military. United States military is not requiring service members to take the vaccine until the FDA approves it. So that's the argument that I was putting forward in the beginning. It ought to be an approved drug before anybody is requiring anybody to take it. The only example I can think of is, I think there was some LSD testing back in the 60s with experimental drugs. probably turns out now we look back and that maybe not a good thing. So, yeah, making sure it's approved is a reoccurring thing. Is it safe? Is the government endangering our health and safety? What do we got?
Put something in your body, experimental. They're gonna infuse it at whatever cost.
Okay, so we have something to say, I'll refuse no matter what it costs me or my family. So there's gonna be those guys, you know, there are gonna be some out there.
Hey, Robert, what about nationally? I got eyes on an article out of Forbes. Teachers Union president backs vaccine mandates for educators, but Biden administration declines to go that far. And we're talking about the American Federation of Teachers.
Right, so we're gonna go with politics?
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah, American Federation.
Randy's against the mandatory vaccines, but she's also saying let's look into it. So she's kind of on the fence with it as well, right? You know, it's a tough decision. It really is. I mean, to force people and the basic, I think everybody's trying to keep everybody safe, right?
Hey, Tim, real sorry. Can I get you to turn on your camera? Sorry, this is Jason at KUN. Yeah, your camera's off. Yeah, apologies.
Rob, let me ask you, right, so we're talking about disciplinary action, and I know you got a lot of experience at the Civil Service Commission level, but in your opinion, and if you read this EO, they tacked on about a page of different court cases that I guess they feel set precedent or, you know, justify this type of action. But appealing something like this to the Civil Service Commission, do you think that it would hold up at the CSC level?
Well, I think, you know, as we look through the court cases, one of the things that's missing is discussion about non-approved. The fact that the vaccine has not been approved, and there's just not being talked about. And so, you know, maybe there's some research done, but I don't think it's exhaustive at this point. Because it was not approved, it's experimental. They're still going through testing to try and learn what are the side effects, what are the dangers, what are the risks to our health. And we don't know that yet. So, yeah, you know, we know that we require TB testing. Tim brought this up earlier. In fact, GFT participated in helping people meet their government mandate to be tested for TB annually. So, you know, it's out there, it exists, this is nothing new, but the TB issue is not experimental, it's approved. So if we follow that model, let's get this approved before we start forcing it on people. I just want to know it's safe. You know, full disclosure, I have not been vaccinated. And I feel great. And you know, against a disease that most people don't even know they have. My favorite kind of disease, I don't feel it. It doesn't make me sick. So anyway, there you go. I will get vaccinated once it's approved, and I know that it's safe to do so. But right now, you know, I don't know what the possible consequences is. No more babies? Who knows? You know, I'd like to know that it's safe before I get vaccinated. And shoot, if the government wants to give me $100 to do it, that's even more motivation. But again, we don't want to follow the politics. We want to follow the science.
Well, you know, I got a message from Dr. Hoa from the Physician Advisory Group this morning. And I know you mentioned this FDA approval, but he said Pfizer expects to be fully FDA approved by early September. Moderna also soon will be fully FDA approved. When that happens, do you guys then feel like this mandate will be bulletproof?
Yeah, then I think you would have. I think they got the cart before the horse. If they would have waited for that, I think the issue would have been a lot less. Created a lot of anxiety for our members.
So one of our members just chimed in and said, you find your teachers and your nurses are very liberal in their ways of thinking, while your law enforcement officers are generally very conservative. And it seems to be the conservatives who are holding back while your liberal thinkers are moving forward with the mandate. So, that's an interesting observation. Another one just came in and they talked about the long-term effects need to be studied. If it has an adverse effect on our future or our children, we won't know. And so there's that as well. And I know there was hesitancy to give the vaccine to the children, at least initially. So that's an interesting point to raise as well. Just during this conversation, these two comments popped up. We have follow medical advice versus political advice. Okay. Local docs and the government have earned their reputation that they can be trusted. So that I think is a big deal. Our government, are they in the business of, keeping the people safe? Because, I think there is a lot of trust issues involved with our government. And then that might be, a big part of it. I've heard rumors that the hospital gets paid to declare deaths due to COVID. And, we have this comorbidity where a heart attack was complicated by the COVID virus. And, we don't know. We're not there. But we don't trust the source. Now, if Chris or Sabrina were to say it, we would know it was true.
Yeah, we haven't said it. So there it is.
But you haven't said it.
Right on. Okay, you're good. Obviously, this is going to be developing. I'll shoot you guys a message later to see what other kind of comment you've gotten from the membership.
Right, and then try to navigate that. How do we best serve our members, particularly when they're very split on it? Like I said, there's no doubt in the mind of the nurses that the vaccine is the way to go. Right. I myself am just waiting for some kind of assurance from the FDA. And then, of course, many say they won't work. They would rather be fired from their jobs than to have to take the vaccine.
Well, there's going to be a lot of people looking for a job come September.
Well, I think
that's easy. That's easy to say, though, but a lot of times you have to be certified and go to school. It's not like, you know what I mean? You can't just pick up anyone off the street to start being a police officer. You can't pick anyone up to start putting out fires.
Of course.
It's a little different.
Yeah, totally.
And the low-paying jobs are easy to replace. You get fired from a $10 an hour job, no worries. Tomorrow you'll have another one. The low-paying jobs aren't a big deal. And a lot of jobs are low-paying, buddy.
That's a whole other show, Robert.
Yep.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, Jovi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jovi. Way to break a leg on your debut. We'll see you. Bye. Thanks. There you go. Guam Federation of Teachers, represented by field reps.
And we're going to keep on moving on with our newscast now. As you heard earlier, on Friday, senators passed a pair of bills to remove any and all impediments they believe will allow the governor to pay the all-rise stimulus payments to eligible residents. Prior to passage, several senators voiced their frustration with the governor not providing the public a plan on how she will spend more than $600 million in American Rescue Plan money. Guam received the money 4 months ago. They also expressed their frustration with the governor for not paying the rise payments since they were authorized by law back in December. Here's more from session floor.
We've come together as a body and honestly gave her our written recommendations on how to spend, or our suggestions on how to most appropriate this money. And we were hoping to hear the governor's reply. But there's silence on that. Actually, more than silence. It's basically just butt out, and we're not going to tell you. So with that kind of attitude coming from Adelup, I say, remove the cap. If you're not going to help us determine how we're going to spend this money, then I'm going to say, allow it to go to the people. You pay what's deserving of the people from the American Rescue Plan, and until the last person who is eligible finishes that within 6 months application process, then we're done.
I've had a couple of constituents call me because they were so confused about what is the RISE program? What is the All Rise? Or which is it? Because they're very confused. And even if you read the executive order, the governor talks about, implementing a program to add additional individuals that were not recognized in the All Rise, but utilizing the same process as the All Rise, as the RISE even I'm confused, because if you read the legislation, you're not quite sure. Is this the All Rise program that implements a cap, or is this the All Rise Act? It's so confusing at this point. But what's not confusing, Madam Speaker, is her ability to use this funding to help our community, those most in need. That's not confusing at all. And she can do that on her own without us, without this body.
It's like we're going to Adelup and we're knocking on the castle doors almost. And we're going to take our petitions of these bills. We're going to hold them up in our hands and take them to Adelup and say, oh, dear Governor, can you please consider paying the RISE Act to our dear people of Guam? Whichever version, please do something. Really? I don't know who's planning the PR or messaging at Adelup or strategizing. But I have to tell you, the bottom line is the people still don't know. Why is that? I asked that question.
I share the same frustration as every speaker before me, as well as the concerns from some. Is this necessary? Truly, if we were working in a transparent government, if we were doing things in unison, as we had promised, as we were told that it was going to happen a few months ago, would this be necessary? As a body, as was mentioned earlier, we opened our arms and said, we are willing to work with you. Here is a listing of some ideas, recognizing that obviously we have no control as to how this money is going to be spent, but here's some of our ideas that we can work with you on. Share with us your ideas so that we can remove any impediments that exist in law so that we can help our people. And we're now to this. Sad. I've got a great idea for both Bill 75 and Bill 164 of how we can get things moving on this thing, on these bills, how we can get this money out to the people. Why don't we just put a provision in there that those individuals that are responsible for doing this don't get paid until it gets done?
I want to say to the people of Guam just one more time, I am sorry that you had to wait this long, and I am sorry about all of the confusion that has been put in front of you. And I truly am sincere when I say I will do whatever it takes. I will work with the governor. I will work with everyone that it takes to get this money to these people.
In the meantime, there will be a COVID-19 testing being offered today at Teedson through Saturday at the old Carnival grounds from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. There will also be a vaccination clinic today from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at the Northern Regional Community Health Center in Dededo. As you heard from DRT Director Daphne Shimizu earlier, she will be reviewing the bills that were passed by lawmakers related to the RISE Act and await whatever action the governor will take on both measures. She's also waiting for the executive order that the governor's chief of staff, John Jr. Calvo, mentioned last week would be coming out soon related to streamlining the application process. So at this point, there is no definite word just yet on when the All Rise applications will be ready. With your news in Chamorro now, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos tardes, tiget sunto gifinut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Gipangimbed mo na sa nga gobyerno Luliang Guerrero o dun sa Kitibo na todo yung empleo ni gobernamento gira sa Kitibo ufan mabakuna antes dia 24 gi September. Aji timan balago mabakuna sa Debido Fan Mates kada semana para COVID-19. Mas artikulo giben sa talo i Joint Information Center ma-report na COVID risk area pad CAR para guahan sa Kamahulo gi 5.4. Este después 21 nuevo na kausang COVID sa man ma-identifika gi 516 numan mates gimapos na Webes di 5 gi Agosto. Just na kausa gwi sa ma-identifika entre contact tracing. Uno na kausa sa ginimpumaseo husang isla sa ma-identifika gi Kunarentina 4 sa man ma-ispitan. Uno gagi gi Guam Memorial na Hospital sa 3 gi Guam Regional Medical City. Distrito Tuhon, 8,673 maninadsi ni COVID, 143 man matay, 160 man gagigi active isolation, 8,370 sa timang gagigi isolation. Gimas, ma-report loki no Joint Information Center na dos na empleo ni Guam Department of Education sa pampasitibo ites niya para COVID. Uno sa empleo gi Tijan Central Office, zay otro sa empleo gi John F. Kennedy High School. Estado siya na lugar man na fangaskas na man ma-disinfect. Mas asunto, antes que las 9 gipangin sablo po sa magahaga Luliang Guerrero gi na Instagram na plego pwede netisang kausang COVID ginigi isla. A faisen to di residente ni isla no magkonsigi ini na sadbe ni mas, praktiko sa Spain na dinstansya kontra orto tau siya, dan fagasi kanay mizu. Ay epagloki orto dot na rama sa gobernamento zani private na sektor no matatizay bidadan niya niyo na debi duputsi binakunang COVID. Gimas, debat din na test para COVID-19 sa parmasiseli gizatizan kada dia pago na semana. I Departamento sa Salud Publiko at Serbisyo Sosyal sa mga Frefersi Komunidad este na serbisyo para publiko gilas 9 giegan hasta las 12 gitaloani lunes hasta Sabado. Debat diha ites da para ifinin na matu finina na ma-assist na manera. I Department of Public Health sa mga BBC Komunidad na umasen natin di isinintiniya kumamalango siya. So fan mates da sangin mafiuni otro siya no positibo ites niya para COVID. Tinesesita nung guys symptom no COVID para un mates. Sulego to is mo ID card ni galito to. 4 na tao to gi un kareta masedi para fan mates. Tisinya mas. Irsuto ni tes ang sigiras masangani ho gi después guiha na lugar. Iminoridad sa Debido Fan Mais gay ni manaynan niya para niya guardian. So managwa ID card para manatsiguri da niya. Debilo kay manay na pa di guardian no ma-fit may form no ma-consenti minoridad no mabakuna. Ites, pagparong pasayo husang gi isla sa timaseli gunin na sa gantes siya sa debidong schedule ni Northern Region Community Health Center gizadededu. Agang isais 35, 75, 25, patsais. Yuto mo para pag na lunes gini KUM News gifinut sa Moro. Gisaba lumakon yung tao in sigiras guati gi Naval Hospital. Giza aganya hais después aksidente dos na kareta giza udlod. Iguam Fire Department spokesperson si Chirica Sharkalov a report na maresibi 911 na inakang. Gi Route 4 na talan gi Shell Service Station gi kasi alas 10 gi paingi. Uno na kareta sa umadlabis. Un medic ni gaizo niya di advanced life support na kosas sa guiza komuni itaw to para ospital. Taza tabi ang informasyon maresisibi po di kondisyon niya itaw to. Para Guam News Network, Guaw si Ken Concepcion. Yasuto gifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Welcome back to The Link on a Monday morning, everybody. The work week now in full swing. So if you have arrived to the office probably about an hour and a half ago, let's get it done. Let's do things. A lot to talk about so far on the show. Obviously, you're going to be able to find all of this tonight on Primetime. You can see all of the interviews that we've done thus far on YouTube. And remember, join the conversation 24/7. We want to know how you feel about mandated vaccination and what some of the implications are. As for the current moment, I got something fun for you because we have been running a trivia contest because this year is KUAM's 65th anniversary of KUAM TV. The number 8 means a lot to us here at Camp Happy. And we have been doing a trivia contest. So today, I want you guys to put on your thinking caps because we can give you a prize if you get this latest trivia question right. As Joseph brings up, today's question is, which former congressional delegate was one of KUAM's first personalities? This person hosted the TV show Women's World. Hint, hint.
Oh God, Jake, could you make it any easier?
I know. It's this one's kind of like a softball. We want to give people prizes because it's our 65th birthday. It's a celebration. We don't want to make
But to answer this question, you have to be fully vaccinated.
But it's probably going to come to that at some point.
I'm just kidding.
If you want to reply to my tweets, you got to be vaccinated.
Yeah. Don't look at me unless you're vaccinated. Stop looking at me.
So once again, which former congressional delegate? There have been how many in Guam's history? Maybe a dozen, 13, Baker's dozen. And this congressional delegate, one of them, was KUAM's first personalities and hosted this show Women's World on KUAM TV. Give us a call, 637-0094. That is the number we would love to hear your best guess for this, and we will hook you up with a special prize as part of our ongoing celebration of 65 years of KUAM TV programming. So which congressional delegate hosted a variety of shows here, including the TV show
Former
Women's
congressional
World.
delegate.
Former congressional delegate. Yeah. It's okay. Okay. Sneak peek. It's not Mike Sinicolas.
Yeah. Or Robert Underwood.
Or Robert Underwood.
Or Ben Blas.
That kind of narrows it down significantly. So
All right.
637-0094. Let us know which congressional delegate this person, that's not the only job here at KUAM that this person did. This person also had the dubious distinction of being a receptionist at KUAM.
We had some comments here about the All Rise. James Ken Ariola, it's not an All Rise Act. It's only a some will rise due to the income threshold set. It should be all or none. Rosemary Laguana, how can she say yesterday that no one will be left behind, and today she says first come, first served, and when the money runs out, it's over for those not fortunate enough to make it in time. All right, let's get to the phones here. We're looking for a winner. Hi, who's this?
Hi, this is Cecilia.
Hi, Cecilia.
You're breaking no, actually you're not breaking my heart. You're making my day, Cecilia.
You are.
It's Madeline Berdalio.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, Cecilia, I got to ask you, are you fully vaccinated, though?
Oh, yes.
All right. Hey,
There
bonus
you go.
clap.
Thank you. You're qualified to win. Well, congrats. Jay, what did she win?
Yeah, we got a special prize for you, and we'll be in contact with you. Or actually, if you want to come up to our up or down, depending on where you are on the island, Cecilia, we're across the street from Costules here in lovely Harmon, next to King's. If you want to come swing by sometime today between 10 to 4, we'll give you your prize package.
Okay, I'll let my husband do that.
Oh, thank you
That's
very
right.
much.
You send your husband. You can go get that for me. Fetch.
Oh.
Now, Cecilia, were you just taking a guess about which congressional representative that was, or did you know it was Madeline?
I knew it was Madeline.
Hey, very nice. Yeah, she was actually KUAM's. I believe she was the very first receptionist we had.
Yeah.
Yeah. And her hair was still perfect, even back then.
Still blonde, too.
Wait.
Right. Thank you so much, Cecilia.
And she always brings us. Yeah, Madeline always brings us up every time, like when we would do
Okay,
interviews with her.
before
She's like,
4,
guys,
right?
you know, I used to do a show.
Is it before 4?
Yes, ma'am. What's your last name?
Am I on the radio? Or
Just
no?
say it. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Just your last name. We don't need your SS, and you already gave us that you're vaccinated, so don't worry about privacy.
It's Ibanez.
Ibanez. Got that, Jay?
No,
Cecilia
yes.
Ibanez.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Okay.
Stay safe.
Is your
have
husband,
a wonderful day.
You too.
Is your husband vaccinated, Cecilia?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, right on. Thank you.
Okay.
Esther.
Okay, take care.
Okay, bye.
Right. There you go, 9:43.
Madeline Berdalio
Good job, Jay.
hosted the show Women's World here.
We're going to take a quick break. We're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement.
Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KOAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, 9:52. The Link. Miss the Link, miss a lot. There was a comment in here from someone who said, "Oh, miss the Link, miss a lot. It's the same. It's on repeat." That is what you call consistency, my friend. You're welcome. Someone got to be consistent around here. 9:52. Hi, Bree.
Hi.
How's your brain this morning? How is your brain? Let me ask you, my good friend. How is your brain?
It's just fine.
Is it going okay?
Yeah.
So the takeaways from this morning are, well, first of all, the two agency heads we talked to aren't really clear on how to implement the governor's vaccination mandate, which again was put out late Friday afternoon via WhatsApp. Yeah, WhatsApp. And then she also put out a video on Instagram. Yes, on Instagram on Saturday night. really just becoming clear that this administration prefers to put stuff out via social media because you can't ask questions. The only problem with that is that everybody has so many questions, and if you don't make yourself available, and you're only available through WhatsApp, then WhatsApp the point. It's 9:54, guys. Good morning. Let's do Cover Me. You guys want to do Cover Me?
Yeah.
How's that? You want to do Cover Me, Bree? Will that take our minds off things?
The day's just starting.
It's just getting started. Yeah. And all weekend I had a stomach ache because I knew that when I came in I had to deal with, Auntie Lou's big mess that she dropped on the people of Guam over the weekend.
It didn't have anything to do with that Denancy you made?
Yeah, I did also make some Denancy. Oh, boy. I love Denancy.
It's not like that helped.
This one was like, oh, man. Oh, painful.
What'd you put in it?
A little ghost pepper, a couple scorpions.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, ghost pepper and scorpion?
So extra. I know.
Moment of silence for your stomach lining.
Moment of silence for everything south of my stomach lining. It's 9:55. Let's go to do Cover Me. Cover Me this morning, Jay. Good find.
Yes, this is
Fanzugi.
Fanzugi. You guys are really gonna love this. This is equal part performance art, equal part political message, equal part give you something to think about, and equal part just freaking awesome.
Yeah, and it basically means like strike a flame, light a match. It's a term very popular in the NMI. And the artist, Jay, who's the artist on this? It says Danny Darrow.
Yes.
Okay, got it. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. Chicken Fries Friday. You go there, you order chicken fries on a Friday. You say, I love chicken fries. They'll give you a free one just like that. Also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Good morning.
Strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, sails up now we're up and running, Para gotta hear me coming. Rolling my episode, yellow dripping spineless galore. Watching all these through the bottles more. Yeah, you know I can want some more. Company down on Tuesday. Tuba got me feeling tutus. Going with the baddest bitches Scotty's ever seen. Dripping brown snake skin on a brown skin queen, yeah. I'm high up on a cliffside over landscape so pristine. See Zion buds from Newtown. See past that joint to me. She's such a queen. It's so serene. Where have we been? So now I wanna see it. Strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, strike it up, lay it out, light it up, breathe it out, back it up, look at me, Fanzugi, Come now, it's getting late. You got me feeling some kind of way about we sail back across the bay. Teach the jungle how to fornicate. Shake the earth on Troncosia. Birds fly like peony. Said she wanted all the letter from a mother, yeah. Looks so fine, I wanna turn her to a nana, yeah. Put fire to my ice cold skin as we get in the sea. I'm fine to go wherever, just as long as you're with me. So what's the deal? Let's spin the wheel. What's that you feel? Come on, give it to me. Jack it up, play it up, light it up, breathe it